Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. This is RedSunGamer, Son of a Podcast, episode 43. Today's date, July 21st. In Nagasaki, we've got Elliot.
Hey, what's up?
You good, man?
Yeah, I'm good. Summer vacation just started.
Yeah, it's nice, right?
Oh, yeah.
47 days with my feet up. Oh, yeah. In the second corner, we have Cheesemeister.
Hi.
Hi. How you doing, man?
I'm all right. It's really hot here.
Just a bit, right? Have you got your aircon on?
Yeah, air conditioning is on. The rainy season just ended, but, we've got blazing hot days intermixed with rainy days now.
The best.
Love it. I love it. Yeah. So which corner of Japan are you in?
Kyoto.
Kyoto. What a beautiful place. Beautiful place. Okay, and as you know, I'm Martin or DJ Mizuhara, and I'm in Nagoya, and it's balls hot. Opening question comes from Recall Berserker, and he asks, worst game purchase stories. So, I think I'll kick off.
All right, I'll leave it in your hands.
Well, back in the day, I was a Namco fiend. I loved anything by Namco. So, basically, Ridge Racer, Point Blank, stuff like that. And then they had, I don't know if you remember, a game called Cyber Sled.
Sounds bad.
It was like a tank game. I absolutely adored it. It was the arcade. It was a big tank game. You sit in it, and you had two levers.
Okay.
I absolutely loved it. It was a game that I couldn't wait to get to play on the PlayStation when it was announced, and I was like, "Oh my god, it's coming! It's coming!" So for months and months, I saw it in like Famitsu and stuff for months, and I was just like really hoping to get my hands on it. And the day finally came. It came out. I got it imported from Japan, and I got it, and like 10 minutes into it, I was like, can I send it back? Oh, Jesus, man. It was terrible. It was awful. You could finish it in like 20 minutes, and it wasn't hard. It wasn't hard. It was, because in the arcade, you had link up. You could link, I think it was two machines linked up together, and I was about the only one with a PlayStation at the time.
Oh, so it's single player only.
So it was a single player only, and so you could finish it in 20 minutes. It didn't look great. The controls were terrible. It was like I don't know, trying to drive a car on bricks. It just didn't move. It was really bad. Anyways, I was really disappointed in it, and it was probably my worst game purchase ever. Because since then, I always did some more homework into what I was actually going to purchase, especially at the time as well, because importing games back then, especially for the PlayStation, was sky high, and I think this was like £80. So God knows how much that would be in US money, but it was like £80 is a lot of money. It's like 2 games now, the equivalent of buying 2 games, two PlayStation 3 games, like new titles as well. So yeah, I was extremely disappointed that didn't pan out the way I wanted it to pan out. So yeah, that was my. Anyway, Elliot.
Okay, let's see. Worst game purchase stories. I feel like when I was younger, I probably bought a lot of really bad games. Mm-hmm. But I think I just sort of unconsciously blocked them all out of my mind. Recently, I don't really make those mistakes anymore, but every now and then something slips through the cracks. And when I first got here to Japan a couple years back, I can't remember when it came out exactly, but it was a PlayStation 3 game called Another Century Episode R.
I remember this.
Yes, and it's a mech game, and it's not really part of the Super Robot Wars series, but it takes a lot of similar elements in the way that, brings in a bunch of different robots from different anime series.
Right.
And, that was pretty cool, and I always wanted to get into that franchise, but at the time I didn't really have confidence in my Japanese to take on a strategy RPG.
Okay.
Even if I probably could have. So I figured, okay, this is an action game, third-person action game, and it seems like it's really cool. So I picked it up, I believe, for, I want to say 5,000 yen. I was pretty excited about this. And I put it into my PlayStation 3, and within 10 minutes of starting the game and getting into the very first mission, I was just staring at my screen like, what is this crap? not only did the game just look terrible, but it controlled like crap. I mean, I don't know. I feel like by this point, making third-person action games, like, it shouldn't be that difficult to make it feel okay, at the very least, you know? It shouldn't feel like you're moving around an unresponsive tank, you know?
Right.
I was referring to the instruction manual to figure out what I was doing wrong, but I wasn't actually doing anything wrong. It's just the mechs controlled like garbage.
Right.
And I kept dying over and over and over again because I just couldn't figure out what I was supposed to do either, because the game wasn't actually explaining anything. It was just like, here you are, you're in a city, go, fight something. And yeah, it was just really frustrating, and I was so excited to get home on that Friday night and start this game, only to find out that it was, you know, a piece of junk. And I immediately returned it the next day.
How much did you drop on it?
I dropped 5,000 yen on it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Was this a new title, like, or did you buy a second hand?
It was like I believe it was second hand. Yeah, that's why I got it for 5,000.
Right, I was going to say, because
yeah,
it's very rare you find a 5,000 yen game unless it's second hand.
Happened.
Ouch! Yeah, it's not good when you're like so enthusiastic about something and it comes out and it just like totally lets you down.
I mean, it's one thing if you're sort of on the fence already and you're just kind of like, okay, you know, kind of on a whim, I'm going to try this out, see what it's like. It's another thing when you're really excited to play it because it's something you're looking forward to, only to find out it's just garbage.
Yep. It's like they just kick you in the balls and just leave you in the corner. Yeah. Oh,
blow.
Crap. Okay, cheesy. What have you got?
Yeah, back in the early 90s, I think I got a game for Easter called The Simpsons Bart versus the Space Mutants.
Yep, it says it on the title already. You should have known that, right?
Happy Easter.
Indeed. That game's controls, first of all, have run and jump both mapped to the A button.
What?
Yeah.
Wait, how does that... What?
Right, so if you want to try and run and jump, you have to hold down A while you're holding down the right button or whatever, and then you have to release the A button and then press it again. So by the time you've let go of the A button, you've already stopped running. And then when you jump, you no longer have that momentum you had from running, and you just kind of jump in place. So if you're trying to jump across a pit, you're just going to jump right on in. Yeah, they obviously couldn't figure out how to free up the B button, because the B button was for whatever item you're holding. So if you're holding a spray can, apparently it's more important to have run and jump on the A button and then the spray can on B, because why would you ever need to run and jump at the same time?
That very rarely happens in games, you know?
I've never had to. I
don't even jump.
No, just run straight on into the pit. That's fine.
You just get a Game Genie and just keep running. You never need to jump with a Game Genie, right?
Yeah, I wasn't down with Game Genie. I wanted to play the games as they were originally intended, but I don't know what the intentions were with that game.
The intention was buy a Game Genie and then you can play it properly.
You look into the details of the company, you find out it's the same company.
This was an Acclaim game. So,
oh, God.
Yeah, this is back when Western games, quite frankly, weren't that good compared to Japanese games.
Right. Yeah.
They'd yet to, surpass Japanese gaming technologically. And they were just kind of, I don't know, it seemed like there were a lot of licensed games just rushed out to market to cash in.
Well, that's the Nintendo. Well, the Super, not the Super Nintendo. Sorry, the NES era for you, right?
Right.
Except there were some pretty good. Well, they weren't Western design, but there's some pretty good licensed games on the Nintendo. I feel like from companies like Capcom and the like. At least I have fond memories of them.
Yeah, the Capcom Disney games are another story altogether.
Oh, so good.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, so so agenda-wise, we have what we're playing. So I think we're going to talk a little bit about Dokuro that came out.
Dokuro.
Yes, Max
Dokuro
Anarchy
means skull in Japanese.
It does. Mind blown. Oh my god. Thank you. I didn't know that.
Just an FYI there.
So, anyway, next. Max Anarchy. We've got Max Anarchy. Does that mean anything in Japanese that I don't know?
I think it means Max Anarchy.
Oh my, mind blown.
I think it means the Japanese people who bought this game probably have no idea what it means.
Probably.
They think the character's name is Max Anarchy.
Well, that would be funny.
Is it?
No.
I don't think it is.
Okay.
No.
Just checking.
Right, then we have robotic notes.
Yes, I'm going to talk about that.
Yes, Elliot will talk about that. Time Travelers.
Also be talking about that.
Is that 3DS or Vita?
3DS, Vita, or, as of this week, PSP as well.
PSP as well, right? Yeah. Cheesy, you have... you're going to be talking about Sakura Samurai.
Yep.
I have no idea what that is.
It's a 3DS eShop title.
Okay, sweet. I don't think I've ever bought anything from the 3DS eShop yet. Other than the free stuff that they gave me when I became an ambassador.
Right.
And that was a pain in the ass to figure that out. Anyways, okay, so yeah, after that, we've got some Zasshi Time. Or
Zasshi Time.
Zasshi Time with... Elliot's going to be taking Steven's job.
I'm so sorry.
For this one. So, yeah, so aim your hate mail at Elliot.
I apologize in advance for the crappy job I will inevitably do.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
I am no Steven. I wish I was him, though.
Really? Okay, right. Don't tell anyone else. Then we also have some Dengeki news. Is that you, Elliot, again?
That is me. Yep. Just some quick stuff.
Oh my god. Then we'll go through some media crate numbers, hardware, software, yippee, and emails and tweets. So, kicking right off, we'll go straight to Dokuro. So, did you guys play this?
Okay. I played the demo, and I'm very close to actually buying the game.
Okay, question. It's cheap as, like, I don't know, it's cheap.
If 2,000 yen.
It's like less than 2,000 yen if you download it, right?
Yeah.
It's like 1,600?
I think it's like 1,800.
I think it was
tempted.
1,600 when it came out.
Oh, like a early sale?
Yeah, it's like a campaign type thing. 1,600 yen. I picked my copy up for 2,040 yen from a store called Joshin. Anyways, this is a puzzle platformer, and I would like to say it's more of a puzzle game.
Okay.
Yeah.
More of a puzzle game than platforming, because the platforming is extremely...
rudimentary.
Yeah, rudimentary. It's very basic and simple, but then when you throw it in with these puzzles that they start to throw at you, especially after stage 4. Actually, from stage 4. Stage 4 is pretty difficult. So much, in fact, that I started actually drawing the levels out on graph paper in
That's
school.
old school.
Yeah, I was in school and I had some free time and whipped up the old graph paper and started sketching the level layouts on graph paper to try and figure out what the hell I need to do, because basically it's pushing blocks. To figure out where these blocks need to go so the princess can walk from left to right. Basically, you've got this princess that you need to guide, and you need to guide her to a flower. The princess, she can take one hit, or she can drop, I think it's 2 blocks down before her crown falls off. She's got like a crown, and then when the crown falls off, her next hit, she'll be dead.
Okay.
So you need to basically make sure that her crown doesn't fall off. As Dokuro, the character, the skull character, I think you can get hit like 5 times. You have like a little red blue heart, and every time you get hit, it'll change color until just before you die, your skull will crack, and you'll have a big hole in your skull. And that's when you know if you get hit the next time, you're dead. So anyways, so at the moment, I'm on level 9.
Okay, so you haven't beaten it yet, then.
No, because at the moment, I'm playing upside down.
Wait, what?
I've got my Vita upside down. I'm playing it upside down.
Are you sure you didn't mistake this game for Gravity Days?
Yeah.
Nope. It's basically the game calls it says it's has gimmicks. So like one level will be pushing blocks, another level will be fans, another level will be conveyor belts, another level will be like stompers that come down and you have to time to get through. And one level it's got basically Gravity Days type switches when you stand on and you press the circle button, the world flips upside down. So not only do they flip the world upside down, but the puzzles also get flipped upside down as well, and the princess gets flipped upside down as well. So you're trying to move the bricks, the blocks, into the right place, and also trying to maneuver the princess so she's in the right place. So when you do flip the world back over again, that the block doesn't fall down and squash her.
Now I have a question.
Yeah.
Do the controls flip as well, or?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they do. So that's why I turn my PS Vita upside down.
That sounds a lot like Gravity Man stage from Mega Man 5.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Or some levels out of Super Mario Galaxy.
Right, yeah. And it as a puzzle game, it's awesome. I think it's really great. The music for me is getting a little bit samey because it's the same little like Parisian type accordion type music, and it's starting to grate on me a little bit. I'm not too enamored with the music. Stage 5 and 6, it took me less time to complete 5 and 6 together back to back than it did to complete Stage 4. Stage 4 was hard as hell. That's why I had to whip out the graph paper. And then 5 and 6 took me about 10 minutes. So the game's a little bit inconsistent with the way it steps up its difficulty.
It sounds like it was laid out conceptually, like this level we're going to have this concept, this level we're going to have a different theme.
Yeah, so I mean that's what I was saying before with the gimmicks. It's I mean they say every stage has a different gimmick.
Right.
I think the gimmicks may be in the wrong order. And because 5 and 6 took me like 20 minutes to complete 5 and 6, but Stage 4, scratching my head. Like, whoa, what's going on? I need to figure this out. And then I thought Stage 4 was difficult, and then I got to stage 8 and 9, and that's when they start flipping things upside down. So you've got the blocks and flipping the world upside down. So it's just a bit of it just messes with your brain a little bit, and it's good fun. Again, the graph paper's being pulled out, and just trying to figure out where the blocks go and when to flip the world upside down. And because every time you flip it upside down, say for instance there's a hole, and so when the princess walks from left to right, if there's a hole, she stops. She won't walk across. She won't drop down into the hole because she gets killed. So she'll stay at the end. And then when you flip the gravity, and then the stage flips upside down, if then she goes onto the ceiling. If the ceiling is free, then she'll walk along until like she comes to another end or a wall. And she doesn't turn around and then walk back the opposite way. She'll stay there.
So she'll just stop then.
So she'll just stop, yeah. So even when you stopped and then you're trying to maneuver like the blocks around, you always have the possibility of squashing her. So you need to like block her sometimes, because you can double tap the front screen and you'll turn into the hero. And you're able to pick her up and take her like along. You can't jump with her when you're the hero. You can just pick her up and kind of run with her. But sometimes you need to pick her up and then take her all the way back to the left, and then drop her and then run and then flip the world while she's furthest away, so you can move stuff and then flip it again. So when you flip the world again and the bricks fall back down to the ground, she's nowhere near around to get crushed. So you're constantly thinking like, where does she need to be when I flip the world? Because things can break her, whereas things won't break you. I mean, if you land on spikes, you're dead. And obviously, if bricks fall on you, obviously you're dead as well. But obviously, you can control yourself by maneuvering yourself into where you want to be. So I really, really like this game. I'm just having a bit of a problem with the stage 9 because it's all of a sudden got really, really difficult, especially with this new gimmick. One thing I will say is if you played the demo. Obviously, being a digital download, the demo transfers across to the PSN digital version. It'll carry on. So if you're on stage 3 on the demo, and then you buy the full retail, it'll carry on.
That's good.
But it's very nice. I wish more games would do that.
Yeah, but if you buy the retail copy, which I did, you buy the retail copy, the cart. When you put the cart in, it says to you, "Please delete the demo." So you delete the demo, and it deletes the save data. So you have to start again from scratch.
So it doesn't carry over onto the cart.
So it doesn't carry over if you buy the cart.
That sucks.
Yeah. Well, so I was thinking, I mean, couldn't they have at least given you like a code or something, a password, to help you progress if you bought the retail copy? I did. I mean, the game must be about, I don't know, it must be about 400 or 500 meg, if that.
Well, I don't think that's the issue. I mean, for a game like this, it seems like it's only tracking how far you've gotten. It doesn't seem to have any other data that would need to say.
The data that it would probably keep would be the coins that you collect, because you can in each room there's a coin, and that you can pick up. So the data that it would take across would be like if you've picked up this coin at this stage, and if
it's still not a lot of data.
Yeah, it's still not a lot of data. No. So what I'm saying is that the whole game as a whole I think is about 400 meg. So yeah, so maybe I should have bought it on the download.
That's too bad. But do you think it's worth the price?
Oh, most definitely.
Definitely.
Most definitely. As I said before, if you double tap the front screen, he turns into the hero. If you double tap the back pad, you turn back into Dokuro. You've got two other gimmicks with chalk. You can draw a line from like a boulder, and you can have the boulder swing. But if the boulder's being cut and the rope's being cut on the screen, if you draw from where the rope's being cut to the boulder, it'll like reconnect, and then it'll start swinging again. There's two pieces of chalk. That's the white chalk. The white chalk enables you to reconnect objects together, and so they start to perform their duty. And you've got red chalk, and the red chalk allows you to fire. So say for instance the room has one candle and it's lit, and there's several other candles in the room, but they're not lit. If you draw with the red chalk from the lit candle to the candles that are not lit, it's like a fuse.
Okay.
And it goes shh, and then it lights everything up. But you can also use that for cannons as well. There's one stage where it's just cannons, and you need to maneuver these cannons for the princess. And I don't know why she won't step off a ledge, but she'll jump into a cannon. It makes sense. But yeah, she gets into a cannon, and you've got to position them in the right way. So when you light the fuse, she gets thrown from one cannon to the other, and she gets. That's how you maneuver around the stage. It's pretty neat. So yeah, I mean. There's quite cool gimmicks, especially there's. Yeah, I'm not going to go into. I don't want to spoil it, so I'm not going to carry on.
One thing I will say, I hope, I really do, I hope this is a sign that some publishers are realizing that these types of games really can't be full priced, even in Japan. Mm-hmm. I mean, what was it, Sumioni, I believe? Yeah. That was a launch title. Well, not a launch title. It came out a little afterward here, I think. But it was a full-priced game, and it really should not have been at all.
Sumioni.
Yeah, it was the one that had like the paintbrush style. It was the
you had to draw your own style.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I don't know how much it was, but I know it was 5,000 or over, definitely.
Yeah. I quite like that though, but it started to get a bit repetitive.
Yeah, but I mean, it should not have been a full-price title. The content just wasn't there for that, and so it's good to see Game Arts sort of realizing that a game like Dokuro shouldn't be 6,000 yen,
Right. Yeah. No. It's good that they've priced it at that price, and it's. I mean, I hope other games follow it, but I mean, this game, this could be done on a smartphone as well. I mean, there's nothing that this game is doing which you couldn't really do on any kind of touch device. Or even then, you can swap the controls from touch to the L1 button.
Mm.
So if you don't want to tap the screen, you can just tap R1, and you can change into Dokuro. If you tap it again, you change back into the hero.
Oh, it's nice that option's there.
Yeah, the options are there. I mean, the thing with this, I mean, this is totally import friendly as well, because the game is in like English, French, German, Spanish, Japanese, Korean.
Really?
Yeah.
I had my Japanese Vita set to English, and I was surprised to see it all in English.
Yeah, it's all
the demo.
Yeah,
I had no idea because my Vita is in Japanese, so I just kind of assumed that it was only in... Really?
It's totally in English. It's all been localized.
Wow.
Not that there's much of a story to localize. There's no voice or anything like that. There's just like little squeaks and stuff like that. But the text it's all been done. But yeah, I mean, it's all done. It's all ready to go. So I'm not too sure why there's a delay for it, because there really shouldn't be, because there's no excuse, because it's already been done. You know, so I was just wondering what kind of price this would go out in the States. I was thinking about 15.
Probably. I mean, I would imagine if there were publishers that were going to pick it up, it'd probably be someone like Axis or XIII, quite frankly.
Yeah.
Pick up one of these small little quirky Japanese titles, put it up on the PSN for cheap, no physical release type of thing, which I think would be fine. Yeah, $15.
Yeah, I don't think this should be a retail game in outside of Japan. I think this is it's a download title only, and if it's $15, it's totally worth it. Anything more, no. But for 15, totally get it, because it's a great little game. It'll have you scratching your head, make you laugh. Some of the boss characters are awesome, because I think you fight like 5 in total as you go through. Because at the end of the demo, I think you encounter one boss, right? At the end of the 3rd level?
Yes, I believe so.
I'm not quite done with the demo yet, but I've already encountered one boss.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I think you encountered another one. Or maybe it's 2. Maybe you encounter 2.
Yeah.
I mean, the demo's pretty beefy, all things considered.
Yeah, the demo's 3 levels, and it's 3 stages, and in one stage there's 10 levels.
Yes.
But some of the levels can take 40 seconds.
Yeah, especially early on.
Especially
but it only times you from your last successful run.
Yeah.
So if you die 10 times and then you finish the stage on the 11th try, it'll only show your time from the 11th try.
Yeah.
It only took a minute? Wait a second.
Yeah, it's like, I've been stuck for half an hour.
Exactly. I mean, that's the thing. You're sitting there trying to figure it out, and you finally figure it out, but it's taking you 45 minutes to figure out how to get out to the stage, and then you look at your time and it says like 2 minutes, and you're like, what?
I'm a genius.
It's like, wow, I did that in 2 minutes. It was like, you've been scratching your head for like 40, like drawing maps on graph paper and stuff, trying to figure out how to get out, and then it says, yeah, you finished it in 2 minutes, and it's like, oh my god. But this is a game, it's a great game for like traveling as well. I mean, especially if you're like a commute, quick blast.
That's when I play it.
Yeah, exactly. And you can it saves automatically as soon as you get to the next stage. It saves, so no problem.
Nice.
And as you said before, I think Kyle said before that the battery on the Vita, when you put it to sleep, can last forever. So there's no problem with that. So
I don't think I've had my Vita die while in sleep mode since I bought it day one. So
it's happened to me once.
Whoa.
Yeah, it happened to me once. I left it in my bag, but I got 2 now, so it doesn't matter. Yeah. Anyways, Dokuro, if you can get it off the Japanese PSN, do it. I don't know what the import price is going to be, but it still should be pretty cheap.
I mean, if you're an importer anyway, this is going to be probably the cheapest thing you import all year by a long shot, even with the shipping prices.
Yeah,
because you download.
Unless you download, yeah.
But then some people don't want to switch accounts every time they download stuff.
It is an hassle, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's why I got a second machine. couldn't be bothered with it anymore. It was just really annoying me. Anyways, let's go from Dokuro. I'm going to hit Elliot with Time Travelers.
Time Travelers. Okay. So, Time Travelers. I feel like Time Travelers kind of caught me off guard because it was a little bit different from how I was imagining it.
Okay.
But, just to talk about what it is, it's a game published by Level 5, from who developed Ni no Kuni, and a lot of very kid-friendly franchises here in Japan.
Right. Inazuma 11.
Yeah, Inazuma 11, Gundam Age, and a few others. Dumball Senki, Ni no Kuni, yep. The game, however, was directed by Jiro Ishii, who is formerly of Chunsoft, or I guess Spike Chunsoft now.
Okay.
And Chunsoft essentially created the visual novel, sound novel genre. That's, I wouldn't say super popular here in Japan, but, has kind of its niche. They started with, I'm forgetting, Kamaitachi no Yoru. Yes, thank you. And he directed a game called Machi and a game called 428. 428 of which it was on the Wii first, I believe.
It got
it's a sound novel.
40 on Famitsu.
And didn't it get a perfect 40 on Famitsu before they started giving...
That was like the start of the floodgates right there.
Okay, because that was like back when it was still kind of shocking to get a 40 on Famitsu. And this is a sound novel, meaning it's mostly text, still images. I've never played the game, so I don't know if it has voice or not. But the people who have played it that I do know love the game. They swear by it as far as sound novels go. So this guy has he has a background in terms of writing. And Level 5's strongest asset is definitely not their writing, arguably. So this seemed like a pretty good match. You bring in this fantastic writer and director to work on a game with like a pretty decent budget. So the game, basically, it's about 5 different characters. Shinno Mikoto, who is this high school girl who appears in every single storyline. Shindo Kyugo, who's a doctor, a scientist. Hina Fushimi, who's she's aiming to become a real journalist.
Okay.
Yuri Fukase, high school student. And actually, I lied, there's 6 characters. Soma Kamiya, who's a detective. And then this one guy whose name is Rusanchiman, and he considers himself a real-life superhero. And he's kind of this otaku, kind of a bigger guy. He's sort of the joke character, in a way. And so basically, from the beginning, you're sort of allowed to choose which character's story you want to progress down. And it's a combination of moving 3D character models and scrollable text. All of the main story is voiced. Anytime a character is talking, it's voiced, but all internal monologue is text only. The cool thing about this game, though, is that all of the Japanese text has hiragana and katakana characters above it. So if you can't read a kanji character, you will be able to at least know how you're supposed to read it.
So this is aimed at kids, then?
I mean, I feel like it's there because it's a level 5 game.
Right.
But this is definitely not aimed at children.
Oh, is it not?
Which I will get into in a little bit.
Okie dokie.
So if you're an intermediate Japanese speaker or Japanese student, this actually could be a really good game for you because even if you can't read certain characters, you'll be able to figure out the readings for it. But anyway, you can choose which character you want to progress down, but you'll bump into points where you can no longer progress because of time locks. So something will happen that will prevent your character from moving forward. This could take a number of different forms. Your character could be killed. You could accidentally fall unconscious and the world ends while you're asleep. Or maybe, something just gets in your way and you can't complete your goal. And so the only way to unlock these points is to go into another character's timeline, progress forward in theirs, make the right decisions so that the other timeline frees up and you can go back to it. So you're doing a lot of hopping across different character stories. So you're not just sticking with one to the very end, like in the average visual novel. Right. And I mean, that ties into the idea of this being a time travel game. You're constantly jumping across timelines and choosing different options. The other thing is there are quick time events, which I know some of you are probably groaning and shaking your head. But unlike the impression that the trailer leaves you, these are few and far between, and they're really, really simple. Painfully simple. I'm pretty sure they only inserted them in there just to break things up every now and then, but there's very little chance of you ever failing one of these. In fact, I have yet to fail a single one, so I'm not really sure what happens for some of them. Some situations are life and death, and it's pretty obvious. Like, if I don't press this button, the bomb's going to explode and I'm going to die. Some of them are not so much. It's like, oh, I'm fighting somebody, but this doesn't look like it would end up being fatal. So either way, it's really not a big deal, and there's not a whole lot of them. So even if you don't like them, it's not an issue whatsoever. But there are a ton of places where you have to make decisions. I've played a lot of visual novels and sound novels, and I've played ones that don't have any decisions whatsoever. You're literally only reading and like listening to the music and looking at the images. This one has you making decisions pretty much every 3 minutes. Kind of like with the QuickTime events, some of these are pretty obviously life and death, but some of them you'll be given 3 choices. Maybe you're asking a friend for help and you're looking at a magazine, and your options are like read the magazine's like question and answer section to see if you can get like advice, punch your friend in the face, or like steal the magazine and run away. And a lot of times these options will lead to like comedic game overs. And most of the game overs, most of the bad ends, pretty much end with you getting preoccupied, not being able to save the world, and then the world ends, sort of things.
So the future refused to change.
Yeah, the future refuses to change. Most of them, they kind of fade to black, and you'll see a text box, and it'll be like, I fell unconscious for 2 hours, and in that period of time, the world ended. And then it rewinds you back again. The thing is, game overs don't really send you back very far. They just kind of push you back to the next, like the last decision you had to make. So you lose approximately, 10 seconds of your time, because you can skip through any text that you've already read, which is very, very handy in a game like this. But the story is really, really good. I'm not finished yet. I'm probably maybe a couple hours away. I've played for about 10 hours. And the story starts off pretty quickly because it just kind of throws you in the middle of this really big event that's happening without really explaining anything. And then after that event ends, it moves in a completely different direction. So you're kind of left with all of these hanging questions about what did I just watch? Like, how is this connected to the rest of the story? Which I think is a really good hook to get you playing a lot right off the bat, because you want to see, am I going to get these questions answered or what? The characters are actually pretty likable, except for the real-life superhero, Rusanchiman, who, at least in, I'd say, the first half of the game, it's kind of obnoxious because he's this really hardcore otaku. He has a lot of hardcore otaku friends, and so it's kind of, I don't know, I want to see, like, almost cliche Japanese anime, moe stuff, but it does get better, and there is a point, maybe midway through the game, where something happens that, out of all of the timelines I've played so far, is, like, the most devastatingly tragic. You asked me, Martin, is this a game for kids? And it's really not. A lot of people die. Some people get killed in really horrible ways. I'm not going to spoil who or their affiliation, but there is a person who gets their neck broken by like a really big guy who just snaps their neck, and it comes out of nowhere, really. And you're just going, oh, wow, that's a thing that happened. It's very mature. I was actually talking to Kyle and another listener of the show, Hasemo, about this, because they were both playing the game, and it starts off kind of lighthearted, almost like it gets you into the groove of the characters. You start to really like them and connect with them, and then all of a sudden things just break down, and like the world pretty much starts to collapse around them. And as soon as that happens, because you've sort of grown attached to the cast, you're really invested in all of their individual storylines and what they're trying to do. The game, I would say, has really good pacing, and when the focus of a game like this is the story, that's really, really important. But, I haven't had much time to play games over the past couple of weeks due to a variety of things, school ending, etc. Mm-hmm. But anytime I would sit down with Time Travelers, I picked it up on the Vita, by the way. I would sit down with it, and I would say, I'm only going to play for like 10 minutes. And I would play, and then I'd look at the clock, and an hour would have passed, It's so
Sign of a
easy
good game
to get wrapped up.
What's this? I keep hearing about, especially when you yourself and Kyle are talking, I keep hearing things about Back to the Future.
Yes.
What's going on?
So this is a story about time travel. That is the focus of the story. And it's very clear to me that someone on the team, I don't know if this is the director himself or just level 5, they must love Back to the Future, because you cannot go more than 5 minutes without having some kind of reference.
Is this a visual reference, or is this...
All of them. It's visual. It's, something a character says. Within the first minute, I kid you not, I counted because I just turned on the game when I picked it up. Within the first minute, someone references Back to the Future.
What kind of reference is it?
Two characters are talking about time travel, and the journalist says, time travel? You mean like going 88 miles per hour or something? And that blew my mind. And then 5 minutes later, you see a car pass by, and the car's license plate says out of time. And then...
Was it a DeLorean?
Wait. And then later, one of the main characters, Shindo Kyugo, the scientist, he drives a DeLorean.
Oh, man.
One of the characters, when they see it, they're like, oh my god, you have a DeLorean. This is the most amazing thing I've ever seen. If you've looked at any screenshots or watched any trailers, one of the versions of Mikoto, the high school girl, wears a red vest.
No way.
I wrote about it. I wrote about the game recently in Go West, I think a week or so ago. And, I used a screenshot that had her in the red vest. And one of the people in the comments was like, is she trying to dress like Marty McFly? And I don't think they realized that, yes, that was probably the intention. But
the dork thinks she's going to drown.
But she make like a tree and what is it?
Did she
get out of here?
Did somebody wear Calvin Klein pants?
They might have, but the game is chock full with references. And I mean, time travel stories are so easy to mess up. They're so easy to just collapse on themselves.
Right.
But, somehow, and maybe this is just because I'm too wrapped up in it as I'm playing, I've been really involved by the story, and I haven't really had the time to sit down and poke holes into it. Which in a way is just a sign of something that's really entertaining, because, I'm not thinking about that kind of thing. I just want to play more and see what happens to these characters and see, where they go from here. But I've been really enjoying it so far. Just on a technical level, the music is good, but it can be really weird at times. There's vocal themes that play throughout the game. There's some vocals, and they're just really strange. I don't know, the singer sounds like he's drunk, and it always plays during kind of these weird, goofy moments, but it's clearly not a goofy song. And it throws me off a little bit. It's not that it's bad, but it's just very strange. The actual graphics, I'm playing on the Vita. The graphics are very good. The character models are really quite detailed. There's some frame rate issues every now and then. Nothing like game shattering, and there's some lip syncing issues as well. Not as bad as Ashura's Wrath, which I know you played, Martin, but It comes up every now and then. But yeah, I think it's actually a lot closer to a visual novel than most people thought it would be. There's a lot of scrolling text to click through. And characters aren't always moving. They'll have sort of a preset movement that they'll do during the duration of the text, but they're not going to be... It's not like you're watching a movie constantly, which I think some people thought it was going to be. It's a little bit different from that. For instance, you'll have two characters talking in a car, and maybe one of them will turn their head to say something, and then they'll switch to internal monologue. And during that internal monologue, you'll still have her face on the screen, kind of moving just a little bit. But it's not a still image, but it's kind of like they're reproducing that effect of having a still image. But either way, it clearly had a pretty decent budget for this type of game. And yeah, if you're an intermediate student of Japanese, this could be a really good game to kind of test yourself out on. Just because all the tools are there for you to sort of look up words and sort of see what's going on. But yeah, it's quite good so far. I'm enjoying it a lot.
Nice. So, I mean, with this being a level 5 game, and is this been selling well?
No, not at all. It released for the Vita and the 3DS the same week, and it released for the PSP this week. And it did, pretty low numbers. I believe it sold, 9,332 on the Vita, and 9,054 on the 3DS. But before we go into how awful those numbers are, the last similar game to release on both platforms was Zenin Shibo desu, Good People Die, or Virtue's Last Reward, as it's going to be in America. And it sold pretty close to the same numbers across both platforms. It was something. It wasn't very high. It was like 10,000, or something like that. It sold bad numbers considerably. So this isn't really that removed from that. And I'm not particularly surprised by how low the numbers are. I am surprised to see that they only had a 10% sell-through rate for the amount of shipped copies, which tells me that Level 5 was really aiming in the wrong direction with this. Because at the end of the day, this is still sort of a visual novel, sound novel, and those games don't typically do big numbers.
Well, that's funny, though, because like almost all of the stores I've been to, it's sold out.
I mean, that's probably because they just didn't have very many copies to begin with.
Right.
But I mean, I'm trying to think here. 428 for the Wii, which was the last game that he directed, I believe. I know that didn't sell huge numbers either, but it's still considered kind of a critical darling, and it's kind of well-loved.
Right.
I want to say it sold something in the range of... Okay, yeah. So it's a week of release, it sold 34,000 copies. All right. 428, the last game he directed, the director. Okay. So, I mean, that's a low number. Yeah. And if the PSP version of Time Travelers sells another 9,000, then that'll put it right in the same range.
Right. I was going to say, when the PSP version comes out, is it out or is it next week?
It's out. I saw it in stores today.
Okay, so it's out. So
yeah,
there's a lot more PSPs out there than.
It's true. So I mean, if the total between both opening weeks is 30,000, that's really not all that different from 428. It's just the fact that Level 5 seemed to be expecting so much more from it,
right,
which rubs me as misguided personally. But
it's a shame that a game on 3 platforms can't sell more than what it's selling, though.
Yeah,
there's something.
But it's a niche genre, though. I mean, that's kind of the numbers you expect, really. Unless it's something like Steins Gate or Robotics Notes, where
right,
they have that huge media push from anime and manga and visual novels, from the PC. Like, that's a different world, and so they have all of that money going behind it.
Right.
This doesn't have that. It's not the same.
Do you think it might be a problem with pricing? Because the retail version of this, the MSRP is 5,980 yen, and then the download version is 4,980 yen. Which strikes me as a bit much for a visual novel. How does that compare with other visual novels?
And see, this is the crazy thing, is that visual novels are really expensive. Like, probably more expensive than any other game on the market.
Yeah, because that Robotic Notes is like almost 8,000 yen, right?
Yeah. And I mean, that's, if you go to the PC and you start looking at visual novels on the PC, and I'm not talking about eroge, I'm not talking about pornographic games, I'm just talking about visual novels, You're looking anywhere from, depending on how old the game is, anywhere from 6,000 to like 9,000 yen for these games.
Yeah. I see Robotics Notes is 7,140 yen, by the way.
And the reason why, I think, is because these companies make these games are so small comparably, and these games are kind of aiming at such a small market that they're pushing up the prices so that they can make as much money as they can with as few units as possible.
Right. That's the only reasonable explanation I can think of.
They know certain people are going to buy it no matter what.
Right.
So if this is the only audience they're going to get, then you know what? We can price
sell high. Yeah.
Because there are a lot of fantastic visual novels out there that, would change people's minds about kind of the genre as a whole. I think people sort of have this, I don't want to say misguided, but sort of just incorrect image that it's all porn games, and it's really not.
Yeah, I know where you're coming from with that. I've seen that. I mean, because a lot of the visual novels are on the 360, right?
Yeah.
And they seem to be, a lot of these visual novels seem to be getting ported over now to the PS3. Is that? Am I assuming correct?
Yeah, the 360 was kind of the haven for it early on. I'm not sure why. I mean, I guess they were trying to.
It's an easy port, right, from a PC game to a 360.
And I feel I can't say for certain, but I feel like Microsoft was trying to bring over these kind of games to sort of bring that audience with it because of the struggling 360 sales.
Right. I just think maybe it's an easy port. If it's already on a PC, I mean, it's going to be fairly simple to switch it to 360, right?
Yeah, that might be true.
And it's obviously that development cost is going to be pretty cheap as well.
I feel like now that everybody sort of has confirmed that the 360 is just kind of done, they've started to move their games over the PS3. And I know 5PB, the publishers of Steins Gate, have found some pretty great success on the PS3 and the PSP.
As of late, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
A visual novel selling like 60,000 its opening weekend is a pretty big deal for a visual novel.
Right. What about like that Corpse Party? That was for a visual novel. Well, it's not really a visual novel, really, is it? Would you say?
But this one, not so much.
No, it's not. But those numbers, they're pretty high, though, right?
Yeah, that started off as a indie PC game,
right?
PC maker, and then kind of grew from there. But yeah, I mean, that's also seen success on Sony platforms as well. So, I mean, smaller developers are kind of shifting their stuff over these days.
Righty. Okay, let's move on. Let's go from Time Travelers to a Sakura Samurai. Cheesy.
Yes.
Hitters.
All right, so I picked up Sakura Samurai a few weeks ago when it went on sale on the 3DS eShop.
Okay, I think this is the first I've heard anyone buy anything off the 3DS eShop. How is it?
Yeah, it's pretty fun for what it is.
No, I mean actually buying something off the Nintendo eShop.
Oh yeah, it's not the first time I've done so either.
Oh really?
I mean, I'd previously gotten Picross 2 off of the eShop for something like 500 yen, and that played must have played 8-10 hours on that.
Okay,
all the puzzles.
How is the actual process of adding cash or money to your 3DS and then going in and then purchasing whatever you want? How is that?
Right. So when you go into the eShop little app from the DS home menu, you're presented with, right now it's 2 rows of icons that you can slide back and forth. And if you slide the top row, which contains like all the headlining list items that they've got, like they might have an icon for all the Mario games or an icon for the recommended games for this age group or whatever. If you scroll all the way to the left, you see all the system utilities like search or add credit to your account, things like that. If you use a credit card, you can add credit to your account, or you can alternatively go to the store and buy Nintendo point cards.
Okay. And
they come in values of 1,000, 3,000, and 5,000 yen.
Yeah, I've seen them in the convenience stores all over the place.
Yeah.
Is this like a code on the back you scratch off and then type in a code?
Right, yeah. There's a scratch off area on the back which hides a 16-digit number that you type in to redeem it.
Okay, so it's like an iTunes card.
Yeah, kind of like that.
Okay.
They come in either plain colors or in different styles for whatever games have been released lately. There are Fire Emblem cards, and there are Family Computer cards, and there are Zelda cards. Yeah,
there's a Kirby. It's like the 25th anniversary, right? And is it the 20th or 25th? 25th, right?
No, it's the 20th.
It's the 20th, right? Because the Kirby card came out as well. Notice that.
There was a Kirby card prior to that, but
there's an actual like 20th anniversary Kirby card now as well. It's pretty cute. It's like the same box as well. You know, the box of the 20th anniversary of Kirby. That's on the Wii that came out last week. Yeah, it's the same cover.
Yeah, so there are a lot of different designs of the cards, and if that's how you buy Nintendo points, then it's an interesting thing to collect.
Yeah, I have a few of them as well.
So, okay, so you got Sakura Samurai.
Yes, I picked it up at 20% off on sale a few weeks ago. And it was developed by this company called Grounding Incorporated, which is based in Setagaya in Tokyo.
Okay, I've got no idea where Setagaya is.
I don't think anyone's really heard of this company before. Right. They have made some small games in the past. I see They made a picture book game on WiiWare and DSiWare. They've made some iOS stuff. They made a social card game based on the Yamato franchise, which is this spaceship themed franchise in Japan. Just really small titles from this company, but Sakura Samurai feels like it's taking a page straight out of Zelda.
Really? What Zelda are we talking here?
We're talking Wind Waker.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah. I mean, it straight up feels like Wind Waker style battle. Really, the battle mechanics are centered around having to dodge enemy attacks and then counter strike with your sword. So when the enemy slashes with their sword, you need to jump out of the way at the last second if possible, because your nick of time dodges are counted up as high as you can consecutively.
Oh.
So if you can dodge in the nick of time 99 times in a row, then that's the maximum number that it's going to count, and you will get rewarded for that in town with cash money.
Ooh.
Nice. I'm actually watching a video of it now, and for an eShop game, it looks pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. I mean, it presents you with a number of different enemy types. I mean, you fight samurai, you fight ninjas, you fight archers. I mean, there's a whole cadre of different enemy types that you're presented with.
I like the dodge mechanic. They go and then you can like side swipe to the left or to the right, and it leaves like a small like a silhouette type of where you were, and then when you've moved,
right?
It's pretty neat. It looks pretty neat.
Yeah, to pull that off, you want to hold either left or right on the circle pad, and then press the button. I think it was the A button. But you want to time that so it's just right before the enemy strikes.
Yeah.
If you do it too early, you won't get the consecutive dodge counted for you.
Right, okay. And there seems to be guys there with arrows and stuff, and like you can dodge arrows and stuff, and the guys throwing bombs at you, and
right.
Yeah, there's a guy. It looks pretty neat actually, because the rain, it's pouring with rain, and it's like a texture that's being scrolled over the walls to make it look like it's raining. It's pretty neat.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so how much was this? Sorry.
Let's see.
700 yen.
Yeah, it was 700 yen, and I believe I paid 20% off of that, so I paid 560.
Wow.
Cool. I know this is out. I believe this is out in the West too, but I mean, these kind of things tend to be overlooked really easily. I mean, if you look at WiiWare or even the DSi shop, there were a few games that were really cool, but no one ever really heard about because it was, the DSi shop and WiiWare. So,
this is a fully fledged game because you're presented with this whole quest. You have to go and save the Sakura princess, and I mean, it feels a lot like some of the earlier Zeldas where there's not a whole fleshed out world with lots of NPCs to talk to, but there's enough where they're like towns and battle areas, and you go back and forth between them, all leading up to this final dungeon.
So it doesn't feel like this like cheap little throwaway title, then, is what you're saying?
Oh no, it's not a throwaway title, I would say.
So the coins, when you attack the people, coins pop out of them, right? What are you doing with these coins? Is this to go to the store and buy new like new weapons or something?
You don't buy new weapons, but you can upgrade your sword.
Okay.
You can also buy onigiri, these rice balls that can replenish your life, or you can buy these black boards with which you can sharpen your sword in case it gets kind of blunted in battle.
Oh, okay. So it's like a sword stone on that. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. That's cool. I mean, for a downloadable title, it looks pretty in depth.
Yeah, I liked it a lot. I mean, I've played through the quest once, and it opens up a couple other different game modes that basically challenge your reflexes. It's like it gives you a number of challenges in terms of how many enemies can you take out in one go.
Right.
Which is kind of neat.
So how long did it take you about to clear the main story?
To clear the main story must have taken me a good 3 or 4 hours, maybe.
Oh, cool. That's actually a lot longer than I was expecting.
So it felt like about the length of the original Zelda games.
Yeah.
So there's a special attack as well, right? As far as I can see. You can take out multiple people at the same time. Is that's correct?
Right. There are a couple of special attacks that you build up over the course of the game, and once you activate that attack, the scene kind of freezes, and then your character, executes the attack, and then the enemies affected in the area all get hit.
Right, because it looks like you have a sword icon in the top right hand corner, and it looks like when you have the sword icon and it's fully charged, you're able to do a special attack, and that's when you can take everyone out at the same time, right?
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, I'm looking. I mean, the website's pretty neat as well. So it's all scroll based. Mm-hmm. It's pretty neat. Yeah, no, it's cool. I might pick that up as well because
I was actually pretty interested in picking it up for a while, but no one really ever talked about it much. And so it was one of those things where, okay, I have the money in my 3DS wallet, but do I really want to pick this up? Like, is it going to be a piece of crap kind of thing? I don't know. I'm always really hesitant when it comes to the 3DS shop and actually buying things. So I might actually grab this.
Yeah, me too. This came out.
What really attracted me to it was the whole world aesthetic. How many games do you get to really be a samurai?
Yeah.
Right. This came out of November last year.
Correct.
Yeah, it's been out for a while.
Yeah, November 16th last year. Huh.
Yeah, it's kind of a shame it hasn't gotten more attention.
Well, I didn't even know it was available, so yeah.
There you go.
There you go. Well done, Nintendo. Well, I think that's it. I mean, I think the way Nintendo have been with their online stuff is kind of made me not take notice.
They need to do more marketing specifically for their downloadable content.
Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, now that because the 3DS LL is out next week in Japan.
Yep.
Oh,
is all of this stuff going to be able to transfer from one machine to the other?
Yeah, Nintendo 3DS system transfer is already available.
Okay, so
everything you've downloaded.
What about money?
Right
Does your money move across as well?
I can't imagine it wouldn't.
I hope so. I know there's like something small that doesn't transfer across. There's a really easy to understand image that I think Nintendo made that shows what transfers over, and most things transfer over. All the important stuff does, at least.
Right.
Yeah, I think there's some special sort of content that doesn't transfer over, but it wasn't specific as to what.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, because I'm picking up the LL next week. So, yeah, see what happens with that.
Actually, Cheesy, are you going to be buying one of those?
I am not.
You're not. Okay.
Why?
Because it doesn't include the Circle Pad Pro built in.
There you go.
I'm left-handed.
That's important.
Yeah, that's important if I want to play something like Kid Icarus.
Yeah, that's true.
But there is a Circle Pad Pro coming.
There is, but I mean that's coming out this fall in an unspecified date, as far as I understand.
So when it does come out though, with the Circle Pad Pro, when it does come out, will you pick one up?
I would really rather it were built in.
Yeah,
it's going to be gigantic.
It's going to be huge, right? It's going to be it's going to be like one of those piano guitars. Can you imagine one of that?
Have it slung around your shoulder.
Exactly, have a strap on it.
Yeah, so I'm perfectly happy with my launch unit for now. I mean, I have very large hands, so clutching the small 3DS system is kind of painful for me.
Right, I was going to say that would give you cramp, right?
Right, yeah, I play for a long time. So I will hold out until there's one with the Circle Pad Pro built in. So I might be waiting for quite a while.
You might be waiting for Nintendo 4DS.
Nintendo 4DS, yes. Well, I won't have to wait long for the 4DS, fortunately.
It'll suck you right into the system.
Oh God, system sucking. Sounds wonderful.
Anyway.
Yeah, let's move on. Okay. Right, I'm gonna go into Max Anarchy.
All right.
This is a Sega Platinum Games joint.
Platinum Games.
Max Anarchy. Oh my goodness, I loved this game.
That's a relief to hear.
At first I wasn't too sure if I was liking it. But the more I played, it just grabbed me, and it just basically shook me and said, "Keep playing me." And
that addictive, really?
Yeah, I really liked it. I mean, if you've ever...
I haven't even heard of this game, really.
Oh, really?
That's Sega's fault.
That's Sega's fault. Yeah, well done, Sega.
It was sent out to die, right?
Literally, it's been sent to die. It's pretty much dead looking at the sales numbers.
Yeah.
But anyways, okay. So you start off with... you can choose which side of basically there's two sides. There's a black side and a white side, and you can choose which side you want to start off. And if you choose the black side, it's Max, from Mad World.
Mad World, main character of Mad World, right?
Yes. So Max, he's got the chainsaw arm. Or you can choose the white side, and it's Leo, and he's part of the government, and he's after somebody that Max is also after. So
he's
basically,
the character that has like the blades.
He's got the blades on his arms and on his legs as well.
So he's basically Raiden.
So yeah, he's kind of like Raiden. Yeah, he's kind of like a close combat character, whereas Max is like he because he's got the reach of his of the chainsaw. He's more of a reach character. Okay. So they play slightly different. I mean, they've got the same combos and the same button presses and stuff, but they play slightly different. Like Max has a much further reach, whereas Leo, it's all close quarters, which is cool. But some of the moves that they both pull off are like they're spectacular. They're really well animated and they look great and they sound funny because they've all got their little sayings, like when they're punching somebody. Like Max will say yeah. I can't say because it's swearing, but he's got some profanities when he punches people, and it's quite amusing. Leo says like, "I am the law," and it's like, he sounds like Judge Dredd. Yeah, every time he punches someone, he's like, "I am the law," and I was like, okay. But yeah, it's fun. But the game itself is a lot of fun to play. The combos are great. They're simple, but they're great and they're effective. And you can actually chain them together, which I was really surprised. But it's all timing. It's really time based to do it. It's not just button mashing. If you get the timing right, you can you can run at somebody, and as you run at somebody, you can jump punch them, and as you jump punch them, then you can sort into another combo and then bring them back down to the ground, and as they hit the ground, you can do it again and then punch them forward. So you get like these 3, 4, 5 hit combos, but there's more hits in between, so it's counting up. It's saying like 25 hit combo and stuff like that. But it's really satisfying because the sound is great. The sound is really awesome. So if you've got good headphones, or if you've got like a good surround sound system, good 5.1 or 7.1 or whatever, it sounds awesome. The punching somebody into the ground sounds great because the ground just like breaks up. It all smashes and stuff like that. If you jump off a building and you attack somebody from above, from jumping off a building, you can take like 5-6 people out in one go, and hearing the ground break and shatter, and hearing everyone else like their bones break and stuff, and they all go flying, and that it's an audio treat. It's also a visual treat because it looks awesome. So basically, what it is you've got 4 stages within like the white side and the black side, and within the 4 stages there's like 5 missions, and they're fairly different. So say for instance the missions, say for instance on the black side, you be asked to like escort a waiter, and for some reason there's a waiter outside, a bartender. He's outside. For some reason, he's outside as a robot, and he's outside, and everyone's beating up on him. And basically, you've got to escort him back to his bar. So you're not allowed to have him. He can't be killed on his way back to his bar. Whereas the other side, you'll just be told to like beat on like 50 people, and you've got 5 minutes to do it. So they're slightly different, but some of them are identical whether or not you're on the black side or the white side. So there's not much of a difference, but it is slightly different. So when you play the white side, you go, oh god, I'm going to play the same thing again. It's not. It's slightly different. It's
a little bit more varied.
It's a little bit more varied. Also, the playing areas you're in are, even though it's the same area, like parts are locked. Okay. So if you're in the black side, you can see things that you want to get to, but you can't. Mm-hmm. But when you play the white side, you're playing in those areas that you couldn't get to, but you can't get to the areas that you were playing as in the black side. So these actual levels, they're pretty big, but in the black side and the white side, you play in slightly different areas. I mean, some of the stuff does cross over, but it's a big playing area, and it's a lot of fun. Yeah, so what else can I say? So basically, to get to, like, as I said, you've got like 5 missions per stage. To get to the next mission, so say for instance you start stage 1, and to actually get the first mission to pop up, you've got to like kill an amount of people, and you've actually got to get a certain score. So when you hit that score, the mission pointer will then pop up onto the screen, and then if you go to this point, that's where your mission starts. So then you go to the point and you start. So after you finish that mission, it'll tell you the next points that you need. So then you go around and you start beating up on everybody, and you start doing combinations and stuff to try and hit that next score, that next total, in order to open the next stage. So it goes on like that. So you're running around the area beating up on people, and then all of a sudden it starts raining and it goes black. And these like huge mutants just come out from the ground. They attack you, and they've got like huge hammers, or the hammer's a car, or he's on fire and he's a crazy mutant. And like if they eat other mutants, they become stronger and bigger and stuff like that. So basically, when they come, like it's like the game wants to kill you, because it's not one. There's like 12 of them, and I mean they can kill you pretty quickly. You've got to be good. You've got to be pretty good to get rid of like 12 of them that all come at you. So as you're actually fighting, you're building up this rage meter, and when you get your rage meter full, if you push the 2 analog sticks, if you push them in, he goes into rage mode, and yeah, he just goes berserk, and he does like 100 hit combos on these guys, and you can kill him like within like 2 combinations. So it's pretty funny, and they explode and their legs go everywhere or whatever. But that's a lot of fun. But it's not always mutants that come after you. Sometimes it's like troops, and there'll be like 5 troops who'll come after you. One will have a bazooka, one will be able to fly. Some of the others have got like laser guided weapons, and you can see all of these red laser tags all over you. So that's varied as well. So every time it rains, you think, oh, it's mutants. It's not. It's a bunch of different enemies that come and attack you. But if you kill them, and if you kill them with combinations and stuff, the amount of points you get just racks up really quickly. So if you're able to survive those attacks when it goes dark and starts raining, you're able to open up the missions quicker than if
really quickly. Okay.
Yeah, you're able to open up really quickly, other than if you were just in the stage and you just killing just the dudes that are that are wandering around the level.
So the way you're describing it to me, this seems like a pretty beefy single player mode. Like this isn't just some throwaway.
No, it's not. I mean, 8 hours it took me to finish the actual black and white.
Okay, that sounds about right for a platinum game. Really.
Yeah. I mean, 8 hours is fine. I mean, I haven't got a lot of time to sit down and play. I mean, someone might sit down and finish it in one sitting. I don't know. I'm not the type of player to do that. I can't do that. I finished the black side one day, and then I finished the white side the next. So I split. I mean,
I have a question.
Yeah.
I know you were having sound issues.
Yes.
What happened with that?
Okay, so the sound issues basically So say for instance I was fighting and I punched somebody, and when I punched someone it went ugh. So that would then repeat, and I go, and it just keep carrying on, and it wouldn't stop. Even if you press pause, you went into the menu, you press the PlayStation button, you did everything you could. It kept repeating.
Weird.
It was like it was like it was just cached, and it was just repeating itself. And then even from going from within game into a cutscene, sound would still go over the top of the actual cutscene. So I had no idea what was going on in the cutscenes. And this happened to me 8 times during.
You think they'd catch a bug like that?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I thought they would. And Platinum Games actually started getting in touch with me because I kept tweeting about it all the time. They were like, "We've never seen this." So I recorded it on video. I actually recorded the whole of my second half, the whole of the white playthrough. I recorded the whole thing, and it happened four or 5 times during those 4 hours.
And what did they say about it?
And they said they've never seen it before. They've never seen it before.
The interesting thing too is that after I heard you tweeting about this, I kind of went online. I went on the Japanese boards too, and I sort of see why they've never heard of it, because I don't think anybody's actually said anything about it.
Well, when I was live streaming, somebody did actually say to me they've also experienced it. But I don't know if that's hearsay or if he's just making it up. I don't know. But he said the same thing. He said the only way that he could get it to stop was actually stop the PlayStation, turn the PlayStation off and restart it and reload your save. But yeah,
it sounds either way like it's definitely not something common in the very least.
Platinum Games said it could be a hardware issue. My hard drive might be going out.
That's a possibility too.
So
I can see that. Yeah.
So I was thinking of
it's like streaming audio.
Yeah, because it's streaming it as well. So it could be my hard drive. So I was going to uninstall it and then reinstall it again. So.
But I mean, it's really cool in the first place, so that because if I'm not incorrect, they got in touch with you first, right?
Yes, they did.
About it.
Yes.
I believe it was JP from Platinum.
Yes,
that's really good of them. I think that's a good when publishers and developers are really sort of on guard about that kind of thing,
right?
Ready to sort of pick up on it. I think that's really just kind of rubs me the right way.
It is. It's great. I mean, I really like the game, but because of these audio issues, it killed it for me because I had no idea what was going on. Because I'd go into these cutscenes and I couldn't hear anything other than for like 15 minutes.
Patch it for you.
Well, they said, as they said, that they'd never seen it before in the 2 years of development or whatever. They said they'd never come across it before.
Because I know the way JP described it, he was like, this kind of bug is like the huge red flag, like delay the game type of bug.
Yeah, it's a showstopper.
Yeah. It is. But yeah, so it kind of spoiled it for me because I had no idea what was going on. The only way I knew what was going on is when I actually finished the game and it unlocks everything. And then I had to go back and then rewatch all of the cutscenes, and I go, oh, okay, I don't know what's going on.
Oh no!
So yeah, I had to do it that way. Saying that though, each stage has a hazard to the player. So on one stage, it's like a Mad Max world. It's like a junkyard. There's like a plane in bits and stuff like that, and there's a huge saw that cuts stuff up. But yeah, sometimes the saw would go out of control and start cutting everything up in the actual environment. Or another environment, there'll be like tornadoes blowing through, and you have to run away from the tornado because if you get caught up in it, it'd kill you. Some others would be satellites would start shooting down lasers from the sky, and obviously you got no idea where it's coming from, but it would give you a warning that there's a satellite about to shoot, and it tells you to get to a safe point, and there's an icon on screen that you can follow to get to a safe zone. So it's basically underground. There's some other stuff there's deadly gases that get let off in certain stages and stuff, so you have to climb high. So yeah, I mean, each stage has its own hazard, and it's really cool having trying to fight these bad guys and having these hazards go off at the same time. So that you're trying to figure out what to do, because I mean, the bad guys the mutants and that will follow you as well.
Cool.
So if there's a satellite blast about to go and you need to get underground, and you go down underground and you're waiting for the satellite blast, while you're waiting, the mutants are all coming down. You can see them all jumping down, all trying to find you, and because they see where you go, so they're basically just trying to kill you. So I mean, it's a lot of fun. Also, the stages have like these Unreal Tournament type jump pads.
Cool.
To get from one part of the level to the other. So you jump on these jump pads and you'll be like shot over like to the completely opposite sides of the level. So that's cool. Some of them have zip lines where you'll get to the top of this this tall building and you can zip line across to the other side of the map on a zip line. Enemies use them as well, so sometimes you can see them zipping across, and you could stand there of where they actually disembark the zip line, power up one of your superpowers, and as they all get off, take them all out at the same time with one huge punch and watch them all go flying everywhere. It's great. It's a lot of fun. I really like it. The sense of humor is great. Whoever wrote it, there's a great sense of humor.
What about the multiplayer?
I couldn't get into it.
What do you mean by that? You mean it wasn't entertaining?
I couldn't find anybody to play with.
You're kidding.
Nope. Couldn't find anybody. I mean, I had it for a week. I tried because I wanted to finish the single player first, because when you play the single player and you finish it, you unlock all of the characters you encounter during your playthrough. So all of these characters then are unlocked for multiplayer. So like Bayonetta, she's there as well. Then you can actually go back into single player and play single player with the characters that you've just unlocked. So cool. I finished it, and then I went straight back in and played it with Bayonetta, and it was so much fun. I was like, I want Bayonetta 2. I want Bayonetta 2.
Don't we all?
Yeah, and so those come across. Also, when you're fighting these characters, when you beat them, you unlock moves for multiplayer. So I wanted to try these moves out that are only unlocked for multiplayer in the single player. So you play them in single player, you beat these characters, and then they unlock moves for the multiplayer side of it. And I couldn't get to try them because I couldn't find any games.
Well, wait, how many copies does the game sell again?
Thus far, it's up to 27,633 according to Media Create.
Oh God!
Yeah,
Platinum Games.
Man. Yeah.
Why do you not sell well?
I really don't. I don't understand it. I really don't understand it. But I mean, the single player was great.
There wasn't any advertising for it.
Oh God, Sega! Why did you send this to die?
It's a hell of a game. I really enjoyed it. There's a character in it called I think his name was Baron. And he's got the gold teeth, except he's got the words FUCK. and YOU on his bottom teeth. So it's great. So every time he punches you, he's showing his teeth. He's smiling. It's like F you, boom. But yeah, as you can play with him as well. So I mean, another good thing is when you play in this game and you say for instance you come across the Baron. And the Baron will come in with another character because he's got another character that tags alongside him called Matilda. And if you beat these, when you beat these as a character, they kind of form a partnership with yourself. So as you progress through the game and you start to encounter other bosses with more than one character, say for instance there's 2 or 3 characters within a boss fight, Matilda and the Baron will come and help you.
That's cool.
And then you can choose between who you want to play with. So you don't have to play with Max. You could choose Matilda, or you could choose the Baron.
That's cool.
So then you go into a fighting another enemy with a whole new character and a whole new set of moves. So it's pretty cool.
Is the Trunchbull one of the enemies?
Is the which?
Is the Trunchbull one of the bosses?
The Trunchbull. I don't know what that is.
Oh, there was this Roald Dahl book called Matilda.
Okay, right, yeah, get lost. No. Matilda has like...
That's cold, man, that's cold.
Matilda has huge, like, Madonna-type boobies with big points on the end.
Okay, different character.
And a purple suit, yeah.
Different character.
Very different character, right? And she's got a whip as well. It's like a magnet whip. with spikes on it, and I think that's
actually the
different
official
as well.
sequel to Matilda.
Is Danny DeVito's in it then, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there is a big fat character in it. It's like kind of like a Danny DeVito type character. But yeah, it's awesome. I mean, yeah, being able to play through a game and then being able to switch between different characters like mid game in boss fights is pretty awesome. And the characters they're not all the same. They're slightly varied, as I said before. Some of them are close range. Some of them are they're reach characters. Some of them they're combo type characters, like the Chinese girls. It's great. It's awesome. So
it's a yes then.
This game is also it's also been translated. It's all been localized.
Yeah.
Totally in English. The whole thing.
Next year, though.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know why. So
is the PS3 version region free?
It's totally. Well, I don't know. I've got a Japanese machine. I bought the Japanese game, but yeah, I think it is region free because
and it's completely localized.
Yeah, it's completely localized. Totally in English. One of our listeners, good friend of the show, JRD84, he's just finished it. So he's got a machine from, I think he's in Ireland. So he's got the Japanese copy, so obviously it works. And it's definitely worth the import. It'll probably be on the expensive side because even in Japan, this is still it's an expensive title. But I think it's worth it, even for the single player, because it was awesome. It was a hell of a lot of fun. It was varied. There was the characters are great. Another thing is so in the cutscenes, the cutscenes that I got to see. There's two characters and they're talking to each other, and they have this like monologue going on, and they're talking to each other while fighting. It's great. But after the fight's finished, you've got the two characters talking to each other. And do you know, like, remember the Bruce Lee movies? And they would be talking, but the lips would obviously never match up.
Yeah.
And sometimes
old dubbing.
Yeah, the dubbing and stuff, or sometimes with the lips wouldn't be moving at all, but the voice is carrying on.
Yeah.
But the same thing happens in these cutscenes. They're hilarious. It's like they're totally out of sync.
Is that intentional?
I think it's intentional. It looks like it's intentional.
Okay, I can buy that though from Platinum because they have that kind of weird sense of humor.
Yeah, I think it looks intentional, but yeah, it's fun. It's fun. I would have liked to have played it multiplayer. But because I'd already had it for a week, I needed to get rid because DS LL's coming out next week. 3DS LL's coming out next week, and I need the cash for that. So
you can always try again next year when it comes out in the West.
It's true.
Well, I'll just wait because unfortunately, in Japan, the Platinum games kind of drop pretty quickly.
Really
in price.
Quickly.
Yeah, I mean,
I got Vanquish for 1,000 yen, like very soon after it released.
Yeah, so Vanquish,
which is depressing, by the way.
Bayonetta, Bayonetta still holds at about 2,000 yen. Vanquish is about 980 yen.
Yeah.
Which is a shame, but yeah, I will pick it back up again because I know there's a bunch of people I know already in the West who've already got it. I'd like to play with them.
Yeah.
So being able to, because at the time of me playing it, none of my friends on my friends list were playing it, so I couldn't actually invite anybody because there was no one else playing it. So yeah, but I definitely recommend it. It's fully localized. Go import it. It's fun.
Go show Platinum Games your love, please. They need it.
Yeah. I think Sega really needs to step up their marketing, but Sega are in a bit of a crappy situation at the moment as well. So
exactly, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they should step it up and release it maybe as a digital game.
I think pushing it so far ahead was just really, I don't know. It just strikes me as kind of crazy. 2013 is already looking like it's going to be just non-stop big titles.
Right.
Like putting Max Anarchy out there in the midst of all that is just not, I don't know, it just seems so obvious. Like, you just don't do that if you wanted to sell it all.
Right. Yeah.
Especially when it's done, you know? It's literally done. You could buy it and play it completely in English right now.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make much sense, really, does it?
No.
I really don't get it. Anyways, Max Anarchy, go buy it. It's a hell of a game, multiplayer. Sounds great because I know, Elliot, you played the demo multiplayer.
A lot. I played the demo for like 5 hours total.
Yeah, and you enjoyed it, right?
That multiplayer was so much fun. The team deathmatch, I could not get enough of it. It was so crazy, and that was just one map.
Yeah, there's like capture the flag and stuff, right?
Yeah, there was one map and like a couple of game modes, so I can't even imagine how much fun the actual full like multiplayer is.
Right.
That's what kills me to hear that there's like nobody online because 5 people bought the game.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it makes me sad. Anyways, Max Anarchy, Kidoki. So let's go back into another visual novel.
Yeah, I'm the visual novel guy this week. I know there's some people who've been clamoring for that, so...
Okay, so Robotic Notes?
Yes, Robotics Notes. Developed by 5PB, the people behind Steins Gate, which was also a really popular visual novel across all demographics. I have students who love that game. I have friends who love that game. I know people who are slightly older love that game. It kind of hits all the right spots.
In HD, it looks absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, these are games that get a lot of love from the developers. So they, they're still not, big budget titles, but you can tell it wasn't just a quick, let's hire someone to draw some, CG. But Robotics Notes, okay, I haven't actually played a whole lot of this, and I've had it for like 4 weeks now. I know I suck at this.
So what has kept you from playing it? Besides games, Time Travelers?
Honestly, I've said it before on the show, but I'm not... It's hard to get me to sit down in front of a TV to play games these days.
Right.
Part of it is because, like, I have a small apartment, and if I'm going to sit on the floor, I have to take stuff out so that I have something to sit on, so I'm not just sitting on, a hardwood floor, and you don't
sit on your bed?
I mean, I don't have a bed, so I have a futon. So I roll it up and take it out,
okay.
And the way the TV and the couch are positioned, they're not exactly in optimal areas to be able to sit down on the couch and play, video games. But, so yeah, I kind of have a hard time just sitting down, because in my head, it means that I'm going to spend a significant amount of time sitting here.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a lot of stuff to do when I get home. I mean, I do a lot of writing, so it's like, if I get home, it's like, I could spend 4 hours playing a video game, but then I also could be getting writing done and doing, reviews and stuff like that. And it's just easier to play on handhelds these days. But that being said, I still like to sit in front of my TV and play video games sometimes. And I put about 2 or 3 hours into Robotics Notes. It's a visual novel. It's about, at least at face value, it's about a bunch of high schoolers who are trying to build a giant robot, and it takes place in the future. And up to the point I got to, only 2 of the main characters had been introduced. The first of which is Kaito Yashio, who's the male protagonist. He's a senior in high school, and he loves fighting games, so I kind of identified with him very quickly. Because, I'm a big fighting game player.
Yep.
And then the female protagonist, Akiho Senomiya, who is the president of the high school's robotics club, which is kind of the laughing stock of the school. And they live in, the middle of nowhere, Japan. Like, there's nothing there. It's like 30 minutes to ride their bike from, like, school to home sort of thing. And it's cool because at least the female main character, Akiho, is very... I don't know, she's sort of like this very strong-willed, independent like girl who really loves robotics and building things and kind of getting her hands dirty.
Right.
So it's a nice change of pace from that sort of fragile, like... I almost want to say incompetent archetype you get a lot in Japanese media. She's a very strong-willed character, and in some ways she's the true main character of the story because she's kind of moving everything along. But the game has a cool way of starting. It clearly, the beginning of the game, the first 10 minutes though, clearly takes place later in the game because all of the main characters that get introduced at some point are there, and it looks like Kaito is about to get ready to pilot a giant robot. Because you sort of see, it's kind of a cockpit view, and he's hearing voices on like his headset, and they're counting down to starting up this giant machine. And so it draws you in very early because you realize, oh wow, they're actually going to build a giant robot and he's going to get to pilot it. And then it cuts away after that, and immediately sort of moves back in time to telling the story of how this all began. Another cool thing, if you've played Steins Gate or you know anything about it, it's about time travel. Steins Gate is. So, like, the whole thing is about jumping across different world lines, like parallel worlds. And the way they did it in Steins Gate is they had, like, these numbers that would kind of scroll really quickly across the screen to show you, oh, this is the world line that the main character is on. And because Robotics Notes takes place in the same world, a really cool thing that happens, I think it's one of the first things you see when you start the game, is you see those red numbers shift. And I think it's like 1.0 something, just to remind you, oh, this is the world line you're on, just in case you played Steins Gate. I don't know if that factors in even further later on in the game, or if that's just a little homage, but it would be really cool if that actually had something to do with the main plot. I'm looking forward to playing more, definitely, especially now that I'm going to have a little bit more free time on my hands.
So, how much was this when this came out?
I believe Cheesy said it earlier, like 7,100 yen, something like that. A bit pricier, for sure. But these are long games.
Yeah, I was going to say, these games normally last forever.
Like, these kind of serious visual novel efforts that are trying to tell, like, a really big story will take quite a bit, the same amount of time you'd play an RPG for type of deal. So I'm not too worried about getting bang out of my buck.
Now, you said it ties into Steins Gate, but is this something that you could play without having played the previous game?
For sure. This is actually, I think, the third game in what's being touted as the Science Adventure series. Mm-hmm. And they all take place, from what I understand, in the same world, but there's a completely different story, a completely different set of characters. And the only way you would know they were related is if you'd played a previous game to pick out those sort of things. Like that little number at the beginning doesn't mean anything if you've never played Steins Gate, but it also doesn't have any effect on the story as far as I can tell either.
So they pretty much stand alone then? Stand
alone, yeah, which is really cool. I mean, Steins Gate was a very... I don't know. I mean, Robotics Notes might end up like this, but Steins Gate was actually a really pretty serious sci-fi effort once it really got the ball rolling. Mm-hmm. And Robotics Notes starts off a little bit lighter. I don't want to say slice of life, but it feels a little bit more like they're not going to take it in that very dramatic, dark place that Steins Gate went. I could be wrong, and this could turn out to be this crazy story about death and betrayal. But as it stands... it's a little bit lighter, but it's definitely cool.
So this being a visual novel, is this all just 2D or is there any 3D in this?
Actually, this is the big change. Steins Gate was all 2D images,
right?
2D art. This uses 3D models for all of its sort of typical dialogue. Whenever you see a character on the screen in the text box below it, it's a 3D character that's moving and posing and, just kind of interacting up above, which is a pretty big deal for a game like this, because that costs money. But they still have the big kind of large 2D artwork that happens during special events to sort of, I don't know, let's say a character is underneath something repairing like a wheel. They'll have like a big 2D piece of art to represent that, and then when the character comes out, it'll be back to the 3D image standing in front of the screen type of thing. But it looks good. It's a good-looking game, for sure.
Any gimmicks in this game at all?
Because it's a visual novel, they typically play the same way, but all of the characters in this game carry around a tablet computer.
Oh, boy.
It's just kind of like how it is, and like that's the way that the main character, Kaito, plays all his fighting games. It's this crazy, like, robot fighting game. And you're able to select certain options on the tablet. I haven't unlocked all of them, so I don't know what they all do, but it looks like there's a lot of like really neat little interesting side things you can do. There's one like function that gives it like AR capability inside of the game, of course, where you're able to sort of put your tablet over certain things and see something that maybe you can't see if it's not there.
Right.
So it looks like it'll play more like you would imagine a Western adventure game to play like in some ways. But at its core, it's definitely a visual novel.
So now that you're off school, you have no more work. Are you going to plow into this, or it's too hot to go out, right?
It's very true.
So are you just going to put the aircon on and just like move some stuff around and kick into it?
I very well. I mean, I still have work. Unfortunately, I still have to go into a building and sit there for 8 hours. But when I get out, probably, because I'll likely be doing most of my handheld gaming while I'm in the building. So when I come home, just bust out the mini couch and just dig into this finally. I'm really looking forward to it.
Does this... You wouldn't happen to know if this game plays over... remote play, does it?
I don't think so. I doubt it.
Because you could remote play it or your Vita.
That would be great.
Because it's only a visual novel. It's not like you need like expert timing and stuff, right?
Yeah. I mean, that would be very cool, but I doubt it.
I doubt it. Okay, no problem. Fair enough. Was there anything else on our line? Have you actually finished Persona yet?
No.
No. Okay.
I'm like 55 hours into it.
55. Oh my goodness. Cheesy, are you playing Persona at all?
I am not. I was actually kind of getting hyped up about that whole franchise by listening to this podcast.
Uh-huh.
But then things happened.
Yeah, so shall we go into that then?
Sure.
Yeah, let's start with that because I know people want to hear what we have to say.
Okay, so Cheesy, you I think you're the one who's got the most, because you went nuts on Twitter when this happened.
Yeah, I went a little overboard, and I've since stopped with the whole stream of consciousness.
Oh, really? Okay, so do you want to explain to people what we're talking about?
Yeah, so when the PlayStation 3 was originally announced, leading up to the release, Sony made it explicitly clear and marketed the platform as being region-free for all PlayStation 3 games.
Yes.
Which was freaking awesome.
Yeah, because you know what you're getting into when you buy it. You're buying it because you know it's region-free.
Right.
Yes.
For people like us especially, who are expats living in Japan, that's a very important feature.
Very important.
If you buy a PS3 in your own territory and you move to some other territory or vice versa, you know, it's always good to have the freedom of choice to be able to buy whatever software you want, which was really appealing for the PS3.
Yeah.
So for 6 years, the platform was entirely region-free. And
sure was.
Suddenly, a couple of weeks ago, Atlus announced that Persona 4 Arena would be region-locked on PS3. I hear a big sigh over there.
Oh yeah, that's a big sigh.
Okay, why you sign, Elliot?
Because
you're in a bit of a predicament, right?
I'm in a really crappy situation. So I know a lot of people. Well, maybe not. I don't know how many people, but there are people who are going to boycott this game. And to that, I say yes, please do. Like that's vote with your wallets, and don't end it just voting with your wallet either. Send letters, send emails telling that this is not a good thing. This is a bad thing. In my situation, I've said it before, but I play fighting games competitively, and in particular, since the game launched in arcades, I've been playing Persona 4 Arena as my singular fighting game. I don't play any other games when I go to the arcade. I spend 5 hours at that machine just playing people constantly. Like that is kind of my thing. And I want to get good at it, and I think I've gotten pretty good at it. So I was really, really jazzed for this release. Probably more than anything else this year. And so finding out it was region locked, it was a huge bummer because Atlus is one of my favorite companies, and hearing that out of all of the companies, out of all the publishers, to pull this first, the fact that it's them is kind of heartbreaking in some ways. And B, I have a US PlayStation 3.
Dope!
But even worse, I have an original model US PlayStation 3 from like the first year it came out.
So it's backwards compatible.
It's backwards compatible, and it's 20 gigs.
Yeah.
So it's like I cannot download anything on this thing, and it's starting to get old. Like it's starting to really show its age and have issues playing things. So here's the predicament I'm in. The game comes out next week, and with fighting games, anyone who plays fighting games competitively knows time is really important. Getting in on it early is really important. And actually, a lot of the complaints that are coming from European potential consumers is that Europe has a tendency, that region has a tendency to get games really late. I believe Blaze Blue, the fighting game series from Arc System Works, the first game came out in Europe the day, I think it was something like the day before the second game came out in America.
Oh, man.
And I'm not saying this is necessarily going to be that way, but the point is that possibility stands. You know, we're not talking about, like, this is how it's going to be. We're talking about, well, this is what could happen in the future. And so for me, you know, getting in on it early is very important. But what happens then is okay, well, does that mean you're going to buy a Japanese PlayStation 3 and finally replace your old one because you want to get this game and get good at it? Or you just buy the American one, and then if you ever replace your PS3, which might be in the near future, you'll have to rebuy the game again. Which either situation sucks, and I get it. First world problems, I know. It's not the end of the world, but you know, we're talking about games on this podcast, so that's how it rolls. And it just sucks that I have to think about that period, because I bought the system as a region-free system, and that was what was appealing to me as a consumer. And now I don't have that option anymore because that option's been taken away, you know, out of the thing that I purchased. I don't like the fact that capabilities of the system are being taken out, like, sort of behind my back almost. I hate that. That pisses me off beyond, like, yeah. Yeah,
so Sony have started doing that, haven't they? They did it with Linux. They took that out.
Yep.
They advertised it as a Linux box and then took that one out. And now they're taking backwards compatibility.
And I mean, before I sort of finish and just back off a little bit,
okay.
What really makes me aggravated is just in looking into this a little bit more and doing a little bit more research, it seems to me, at least the way I've seen it phrased by multiple folks who work at Atlas who post on GAF or just, you know, post around in different communities and don't necessarily taunt that, you know, they don't flaunt that they're from Atlas. The way it sounds is that one day they got a message from the Japanese office that was like, oh, by the way, this is going to be region locked. And sort of everybody in the office breathed like a collective, oh, God, what? Because there's one poster on GAF. I'm not going to name names because I don't even remember the name off the top of my head. But he works for Atlas. And the way he phrased it was just like, the second we got the note, like no one had like a smile on their face, sort of thing. Like everybody was kind of like, oh, really?
Yeah, I feel really bad for all those guys in the U.S. office who've had to deal with this, and I feel really bad for all of the Atlas fans who were, you know, really looking forward to this one title that they've been waiting for forever, and to have to be dealt this horrible blow. I don't think anyone should have to deal with this problem.
Because, you know, this is totally the Japanese office making this decision.
Sure, because in the press release that Atlas released when this whole thing erupted, they stated in no uncertain terms that it was a decision by the Japanese office to protect the Japanese sales from being cannibalized by reverse imports.
Oh, God.
So they're worried that the Japanese players will import the US version of the game because it's cheaper than the Japanese release by a significant amount in terms of Atlas's perspective.
Yeah.
The wholesale price that they sell to retailers.
Because the US version does have a Japanese track on it as well, right?
And the text as well.
It's dual audio and dual text, English and Japanese, which is something that, you know, Atlas's fans have been asking for a long time, and I agree is a really, really cool feature that I would love to have in my
pretty
games.
Awesome, yeah.
So I certainly don't begrudge them the choice of putting that feature in. In fact, I applaud it. But I do not think that justifies region locks. I don't think that anything justifies region locks.
Well, the thing they should do is drop the prices of Japanese titles, because they're obviously ripping everyone off, right?
Yeah, clearly there's price gouging going on here.
Yeah, there's huge price gouging going on, and they're not doing anything about it. And they're just showing that they're not prepared to do anything about it other than make it region free, so you have no other choice.
I mean, let's take a step back here, and I mean this seriously, because I live in a place where, I don't know, this is kind of almost the boonies compared to where you guys live, but like how many Japanese players, because most of the people who are going to buy this are going to be Persona fans,
right?
So you're getting the male and female demographic just with the Persona 4 Golden, because this is a sequel to Persona 4 in every shape and form. So you're going to get those fans. You're going to get maybe fighting game players, but in Japan, most fighting game players will just play in the arcade almost 90% of the time. They might own it for console, but that's not 100% given like it is out west. And you're going to get sort of those three different groups. And really, how many of them are, A, going to even know that this will be dual language and dual text out west? And how many people are really going to go out of their way to do that in this country? Like the common person who's going to buy this game.
No, they're typically very loyal customers, and they want to support the companies that make their favorite franchise. So I don't think it would even enter into their mind to import. In fact, I was reading a post on the Hachima blog in Japanese, which reported that it was going to be the first region-locked title. And there was a lot of confusion among the Japanese gamers who were posting in response to that story. Everyone thought that it was just a move to screw the Western players who love to import Japanese games, which, while that is one result of this, is not the intention behind this, at least officially.
To screw you guys.
Yeah, so everyone here is posting saying, oh, why would you do that to the poor Westerners? When, in fact, they're the ones who are getting screwed on this.
Yeah, I actually thought initially what they meant was like it was region locked, as in you can only play online against like people from your own country.
A lot of people were complaining about that too.
Right.
They were thinking, oh, it's region locked so you can only play within your country, or, oh, that's good because I hate playing against laggy foreigners. And just a lot of confused, misinformed people on the Japanese side. So I don't think there's a whole lot of understanding of that Japanese players are being price gouged, and the people who are buying this, wouldn't be moving to import anyway. So
the people who would normally import around here are going to import Western titles anyway to begin with.
Right?
They're not going to think to import a game that was developed and initially released in their own country.
Right.
It's just not going to cross their minds.
Right. The only people I know who import stuff is the Japanese people who import stuff, and it's only like Call of Duty, Modern Warfare, those type of games. They're the only type of games that the Western games are the games that they import, not Japanese titles.
So the whole thing just seems like it's misguided.
Yep.
And like they don't understand. Like I feel like Atlas Japan doesn't understand that this is hurting them more than it's helping them, because it's not really helping them at all.
Right. I think the actual impact of reverse importing on a title like this is going to be minuscule compared to the people who are going to boycott this on principle for fear of other publishers following suit and region locking their titles as well.
Because I've heard of people who will boycott it by not buying it new, but who will buy it secondhand. Therefore, none of this money actually goes to Atlas at all.
That's still propping up the price of the titles in the market.
But I mean, actually a friend brought this up to me, because for me personally, I'm like I said, I think people who are going to boycott it should boycott it, and I'm not one of those people who's like, oh, boycotting is not going to help, blah blah blah. You should do it. I think this is a good idea, and you should send in letters. For me personally, I am going to buy it, but a friend brought up that if you want to do a little bit less damage in buying it, just buy it used or something, just so you're at least doing something other than buying it new. And that had never really crossed my mind, but I figure if I'm going to buy it anyway, then buying it used is sort of the way to go, at least in that sense. But it sucks because again, like I feel like Atlas Japan didn't really have a conversation with their US branch.
I don't think so.
And I feel like they just kind of dumped it on them. And I feel like if they had that conversation and they really sat down to talk about like the pros versus cons, that maybe they could have been convinced that this is just a terrible idea, because Atlas USA seems to think this is not going to be, they don't want this to be an ongoing thing, clearly. Just because, they can see the reaction. They're not stupid. They have smart people working there. They have good people working there.
Right.
And they've clearly seen how poorly, fans have reacted to this. They don't want this to happen again. They don't want to deal with this again. I can't imagine they're sending positive word of mouth back to Japan about all this. So,
no, I just really hate advocating boycotting of a video game, because I love video games and I feel really bad that it has to happen, to anyone's game. It's like,
because people work hard on these things.
Yeah, people work hard on these things. Fans love these games. It's not something that should need to happen. But if this is allowed, if there's not any sales impact, it's just going to give every PS3 publisher full permission to go ahead and do this, because it might give them some feeling of security versus, letting the consumers have their right to choose which region's version they want to buy.
Region locking is kind of inevitable, though, right? If you think about it, like, especially on the PC side of it, like Steam and stuff, like, we're not allowed to buy stuff over here sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's kind of hit or miss with Steam over here. Like sometimes it works,
yes,
sometimes it doesn't. Like,
but I mean, like digital blocking, like IP blocking and stuff, it's already happening.
It's very annoying.
Yeah.
It is.
So I mean, it's kind of already started.
The thing is, it strikes me as just not very internationally minded. Like, people just aren't thinking about, and maybe we're a small portion of it. But the point is that in Japan, it is not all Japanese people living in Japan. In America, Lord knows it's all over the place. Anywhere you go in the world, yeah, you have your primary population of people, but the world is a big place. There are people living everywhere who speak all these different languages, And the thing is, the people who are getting screwed the most out of this in sort of the long run are the people who live in those territories that are technically officially supported, but don't actually get, like, releases of said games in their language. And so, let's say you live in, I don't know, I'm going to make something up here and just kind of assume. Okay, let's say you live in Brazil, right? And you have a PlayStation 3. And it's great because you can import the titles that are not going to be available, at a store or something.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now this is the fear that if you import, it just doesn't work. In which case, you just won't be able to play it because of your region. Period.
Yeah, a lot of times titles don't make it out in particular regions, and if they're region locked, then you simply don't have the option of buying that title at all.
Yeah.
And that's the whole point behind the boycott, is trying to prevent that kind of situation from encroaching upon the PS3. I understand that there are other platforms that are entirely region locked, and you go into buying those systems knowing that they're region locked, and that's what you're in for. But having bought the PS3 as a region locked system and then suddenly losing that entire platform to region locking potentially is a very disturbing thought.
And in the long run, like, I think it would be, and this is the most damaging to us, I think it would be those kind of smaller Japanese publishers that end up doing it, because they have sort of the most to lose out of it. They would think, at least in their heads. And so you'll have, all these kind of niche Japanese games, potentially, like, that you wouldn't be able to play anymore. You wouldn't be able to import anymore because they're, scared of losing sales to, overseas. That kind of thing can happen. I mean, I'm just pulling ideas off the top of my head because it hasn't happened yet. But the point is that, look, we had this feature when we bought the system, and now there's the potential to just lose that feature because Sony, added it into the system. And I just think that's messed up. Like, taking out things that,
Yeah, I don't think particularly these niche publishers should be introducing region locks in their games, particularly because their most dedicated customers are the ones that get screwed by this.
Mm-hmm.
And they're the people who are going to be talking up your title and providing your good word of mouth. And when you screw them, you suddenly lose all of that positive social networking buzz that you were trying to build up.
Look, in the case of a company like Atlas, which I think Atlas, like USA's PR, is some of the best in the business, okay? I think they do a really good job of managing their community, like answering requests and just doing what the fans want. And I think they've earned that. They've built themselves up with that. And
Absolutely.
It's one of the reasons why I love their games. And I'm more than willing to pick up something, when they release it. And I can't even begin to imagine how much they're probably just, like, slamming their head into a wall out of just, like, rage that kind of all of that is just being chipped away at by this really, really poor decision that was probably completely out of their hands.
So, Elliot, what are you going to do? The game comes out next week.
Yes, it does come out next week.
What are you doing? What's your stance?
Well, what I think I'm going to end up doing, I have a friend here who does not have a PS3, and so I might sell my PS3 to him. And, you can get a used PS3 here for pretty cheap these days, like 2 man. So
cheaper than that now. I've seen one for like 13,000 yen.
Yeah, I mean, this is in Nagasaki. Everything's ridiculously expensive.
Oh, really? Okay.
I know, Cheesy, you've seen some of my tweets before on the Japanator account that I run, but yeah, things get pretty pricey down here, but, I can get one for 2 mon, probably, maybe even a little less. So I figure, if I sell my PS3 for 1,500 yen...
15,000, you mean? 1,500? Yeah.
This is backwards compatible, so, I could probably just pick up a PS3 for 5,000 yen and be done with it. And, for me, I'm going to... it's sort of been in the back of my head to pick up a new one, just because mine looks like it's going to die soon.
Oh, so sell it to a friend. It's going to die soon, so I'll sell it to a friend.
He's not much of a gamer. So.
He's not much of a friend either, by the sound of it.
I've explained this to him, though, and he's just like, yeah, it'd just be nice to have one for a change kind of thing. He's kind of a weirdo.
So nice guy, you should sell him a hairdryer with it as well, just in case it does die, and he can try and bring it back to life with the hairdryer.
So I'll probably get one maybe next week, maybe the week after. I don't know. I mean, Nayuta no Kiseki comes out next year, so everything else just kind of falls out the window.
When does that come out?
Next week.
Oh, God.
So, my life, you won't hear from me for a month. It'll be because of that.
Sounds pretty drastic, though, to have to change systems for one game.
Well, see, that's the thing. And I mean, that's why I'm not necessarily going to do it right away. But at the same time, with fighting games, a week of not having it and the rest of, the fighting game community having it means you are behind by, 4 bajillion hours. It's crazy. It's really crazy. I mean, that's why I was excited about the game launching in arcades here, because that meant I would be able to get in on the, just on ground zero and move with the rest of the people.
I thought you would have already had a Japanese PS3 by now, and you would be ready to roll.
I've had this system since day one of the PS3.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I know that. I'm talking about having a Japanese system ready to roll day one. I
mean, the positives of it are that it was something I was going to do, and this is just kind of the push. On the other hand, it's still wow, this sucks. I really wish I didn't have to think about it. Again, first world problems, but, choice. That's what it comes down to. I'm kind of caught between a rock and a hard place,
So let's protect consumer choice.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to. If you're buying this game, you're supporting region locking and ruining it for everyone else who enjoys region freedom. And if you boycott this game and send a message to Atlas, then you're protecting the PlayStation 3 as a region-free console.
And, just to kind of, close this out, if you're going to boycott, don't just boycott. Send a message, send an email, Just include something like that, too, because I feel especially with Atlas, they read that stuff. This is a company where they actually see that stuff, And if there was ever... those big companies like EA might not listen, but smaller companies like Atlas care enough that if they have people sending emails and letters about this and how much it sucks, that does make a difference. So please do that as well. Fire on all cylinders if you're going to fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, fair enough. Let's move on.
Right.
Let's change gears and go to JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Oh, yes.
All-Star Battle PS3 CyberConnect 2. Yo.
So excited.
I saw this and immediately I thought, oh, hang on, isn't it the same character from that was on the Dreamcast? And that game was totally hard as far as I remember.
Oh, yeah. 2D fighting.
2D fighting game, yeah. And that was hard. It was wasn't it the same team as the Street Fighter team as well?
I'm not sure what team it was, but it was Capcom.
Yeah, but it was hard as balls. I remember it was hard as balls, and I couldn't play it.
Oh man, I'm a pretty big.
I know you're a fighting game fan, so that's why I was gonna drop it on you and let you go with it. But yeah, it looks great, and it definitely feels and looks like a CyberConnect 2 game.
Yeah. I don't know if either of you have ever read JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
I've never read it. I know of it, and I've seen the characters quite often. As I said, I played the Dreamcast version years ago, but it was totally hard, and I could never get into it.
What about you, Cheesy? Have you ever read it?
I have not heard of it at all.
Okay. So, I only recently got really into JoJo's Bizarre Adventure because of, actually, Nick Rocks and Milkman, James Milky. Because they were talking about it on Twitter, and I kind of jumped in, and I was like, JoJo is this really long manga series that's been running for a long time. Where should I jump in if I want to get into it? And they were both like, just buy the first volume and read all of it. And so I did. That night, I walked to the bookstore next door, and I picked up the first volume. And it's just this really... I don't know, the best way to describe it is it's a really bizarre adventure that spans.
Title.
Yeah, I know, that spans multiple generations, and each generation is kind of standalone and tells its own story about someone with JoJo in their name that's from the same bloodline. So, like, you know, there are people who are named Jotaro or like Joe Bellina or stuff like that. And again, each generation is its own, you know, story arc with different characters and a different cast. But this is a long running series. They're having, I'm trying to think what anniversary it is right now.
Isn't it 25 years?
I think it might be the 25th anniversary.
I'm pretty sure it is, because there's cards.
Yes,
you can buy cards in convenience stores. You get 2 in a pack.
Yes, correct. It is the 25th anniversary, and so they're really firing on all cylinders. It's still running now, actually, the manga series. But so this game, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure All-Star Battle for the PS3, is basically the 25th anniversary game. And the way it's been described, Cyber Connect 2 has been kind of roundabout with this. They said it's going to be 30 frames per second because they're trying really hard to like maintain the crazy animations and like the crazy facial expressions that JoJo is sort of known for. Right. If you read a volume of JoJo, like characters are posing in the most unorthodox way. Like it's a sort of thing where if you want to sort of get that in movement, you really have to sort of go all out with weirdness. It doesn't sound like they're trying to make a serious fighting game. So what that creates in my head is more of something along the lines of their Naruto games, which are actually really, really fun, even if you don't like Naruto at all.
Right.
But just look beautiful, and they look crazy, and they really capture the sort of feeling of speed and movement that you would see in a typical manga. And actually, in the latest issue of Famitsu, they have I think it's a 4-page piece on it, and it looks beautiful. Like, it looks crazy cool. I'm really hoping that someone picks this up for the West, because even though JoJo's not huge over there, it just looks really fun.
I mean, honestly, I don't think there's any excuse anymore for a game not going to the West when you've got digital downloads.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any excuse anymore. I mean, yeah.
I mean, in terms of the PS3, I mean, honestly, I actually find it pretty hard to think of a game that hasn't been released out West for the PS3 that isn't like completely, you know, a visual novel or something like that. Like, they've gotten a lot of the big RPGs, because there hasn't been that much this generation for the PS3 in all likelihood. Like, they've gotten the Atelier series, like Art, Tonelico, stuff like that. So I would imagine that they'd bring this over. It might be a good chance to push the brand, if anything.
I mean, this looks. I know it's from Cyber Connect 2, but it's still even though it's JoJo, it still reminds me of Azora's Wrath. I'm not too sure. Maybe it's the color palette. I don't know. It's the crazy over the top moves, the animation. I'm not sure, but it just reminds me of. There's something there that makes me think Azora's Wrath. I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, you know, same company, so
yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. It's just kind of weird that they're not related whatsoever, but there's something there that makes me think Azora's Wrath.
JoJo's is just pretty crazy in general. But I will say, and this is sort of connecting to it, but you know, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure for the PS1 and the Dreamcast is coming to the PSN and Xbox Live Arcade.
Yeah,
it's the HD version, and that's only announced for America. That's not announced for Japan. As of right now, there are no plans to release that here. So I would say there's a pretty solid chance they'll probably put All-Star Battle out only in Western territories.
But so JoJo, it will not come to Japan?
There's no plans as of yet.
Well, this is a very similar thing to, what is it, Jet Grind Radio?
Yes, Jet Set Radio.
Jet Set Radio, sorry. They have a US date, or do they have a date? But yeah, it's been announced for the US, but there's no announcement for Japan, so it's pretty much the same thing, right? Yep.
So, I mean, it's pretty possible that, you know, we'll see somebody pick up the rights to it for the West.
Well, it looks like Sega, I think they found where they need to be, and it seems... Sega, yeah, it kind of seems to be they need to be in the digital space and everything needs to be downloaded, because they announced Nights into Dreams.
Yes.
As well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Saturn version, no less.
The Saturn version of that sitting right next to me.
And then like 2 or 3 days ago, they announced Yakuza 1 and 2 HD remasters as well. You know, so I mean, it looks like Sega have kind of found where they need to be. they're hurting with the retail games, but I mean, looks like they found what they need to be doing, and I think it's digital downloads, remakes
from their library.
Yeah, pull from their library, because they have an absolutely amazing library from the Saturn from the arcade, from the Dreamcast. If they can HDify all of these, well, not all of them, because there was a few crappy games out in there, but if they can get the cream of the crop and HDify them and throw them up on PSN or XBLA, they've got a certain winner.
Or even Steam,
or even Steam.
Knights is coming into PC. So
yeah. I mean,
can see more of this happening with publishers like Sega and particularly EA pushing for titles in the downloadable space.
I'm really happy. I mean, that they're doing it, because I mean, I've always felt sad to see like the decline of Sega. And if they can bring back a little bit of the magic that they used to produce so often, for me back in the day, the magic that they used to produce for like the Saturn or the Dreamcast or even just the arcade stuff, if they can bring a little bit of that magic back as downloadable DLC, I will be happy.
I would love to see Panzer Dragoon Saga.
Yes, I think
finally get some love.
Well, the problem though is you can't just dwell on your back catalog either. You have to create new, innovative titles as well.
Oh, most definitely. But in order to like bring some cash in to actually fund the new titles, doing this is a good move. No,
I think what they're going to do, and I think what we're already seeing, they even said as much. They're focusing on their sort of pillar titles, which are things like Yakuza. And other franchises, but I also think PSO 2, Phantasy Star Online 2, is probably doing really well for them right now. They actually just updated with more content for that, so I think they're going to have their like big titles, and in between all of those, they're going to kind of push these smaller, cheaper digital releases of older games, remixing older games.
So they announced PSO for the Western market as well, right?
They did.
So
have we heard any usage statistics on the free-to-play game PSO2 yet?
I do not know, but the servers are constantly full. They're always adding more spaces to the servers and new content. From what it seems, I mean, I've been playing the game quite a bit. Kyle's been on it more than I have by a long shot, but there's always people around, never empty. Sometimes it's full and you can't get in.
I've noticed
it seems
that.
to me like this is doing really well for them. If their Twitter is any sort of indication of that, which is always active and always communicating with the fans, I would like to believe that this is doing well for them. Cool. I hope it is.
Yeah. So with the announcement of Yakuza 1 and 2, the HD remaster coming out November 1st, are you going to pick it up? Did you play the first ones? Because, I mean, the first one came out in, was it on the PlayStation 2? It came out like November 1st.
And they did a full localization job to that, didn't they?
2005. And so I'd just come to Japan like 2 months before.
If I remember correctly, they brought in like Hollywood actors and stuff to voice the characters and like completely...
Yeah, they killed it. Killed the vibe.
They sort of destroyed the whole idea of this taking place in Japan.
Yeah.
I've actually never...
I never played the first one.
Yakuza 3, but I've never really gotten into the series, and I've always wanted to.
Right.
But the reason I hadn't was because of the first two games. So I'm probably going to pick this up, yeah.
Right, yeah. I never played the first one because I just got to Japan. So I wasn't even thinking about playing video games at that time. I just
getting set up.
Set up and getting my feet on the ground and stuff and finding a job and stuff. So I totally missed the first one. I played a little bit of the second one, and I kind of started on the third.
Mm-hmm.
Because the third was the PS3. So, yeah, I kind of missed 1 and 2. So I think this is a nice excuse for me to go back and pick it up. But at 5,000, and was it over 5,000 yen?
Yep, Japan.
It's like, what, really?
Japan.
Now, I'm not horribly familiar with this series, but if I recall correctly, Yakuza 3 had the whole Kyabakura, the cabaret club girls scenes cut out from the US release.
Yes.
Yes.
And they've just really, removed a lot of the atmosphere from those games. Has Sega learned its lesson?
Yeah, they did with 4. They left it all in because they just subbed it and dubbed. They didn't dub it. They just subbed everything. So it was all Japanese. So it felt Japanese, which was the way it was meant to be.
Right.
And they just subtitled everything.
If I remember correctly, with the stuff they cut out of 3, people were loud enough about it that with 4 they didn't do it again.
Yeah, they didn't do it again. So,
and I think Sega has found the way to release Yakuza in the West, and I think it's just leave it the way it is, sub it,
because
let it go.
Yeah, the people who want to play Yakuza, they want to feel that Japanese environment. So taking it out and putting Hollywood actors in it was like just totally the wrong move. It just doesn't feel Japanese ananymore.
That's what killed the franchise.
That's what killed the franchise. Yeah. So yeah, the people who want to play Yakuza want to play for the Japanese because it's Japan.
Yakuza, not Mafia.
Exactly.
Yeah. So wait, my question is then, if they release this HD set in the West, are they just going to take out those voices from the original game and put the Japanese audio back in and kind of sub the whole thing?
Well, there's no announcement for the West, is there? It's just Japan's. But
there isn't. But
I can imagine them just putting just keeping it all unified and keeping it all the same.
Honestly, I didn't think they were going to bring Yakuza of the End out West because that wasn't a particularly great game in the series, but they did. So at this point, I'm almost inclined to believe if it's Yakuza, they'll bring it out West.
I think they'll bring it up, but I think they'll just sub it.
Get rid of, basically do a little bit of work on it then, because they had localized English as opposed to just sort of, this is the Japanese translated into functional flowing English.
Right.
So they would sort of have to go back and do that.
Yeah.
Which, I don't know.
I quite liked Of the End because it was daft. It was just it was just stupid. It was like, what's going on? Everyone's zombies now. I've got a gun.
Everything other than the gunplay was good.
Yeah, gunplay was terrible. It was the mechanics were horrible, but in some way it was still fun. I can't remember the guy's name anymore. The crazy guy in the leopard suit. When he gets a shotgun, I can't remember his name anymore, but it was hilarious. Just running around with a shotgun, blowing people away, and then to get the guy with the the machine gun
arm
on his arm. Yeah, that was fun. It was just daft. It was just something that you wouldn't expect from the Yakuza game. I like the setting, I like the characters, and then just to put them all in this totally crazy environment was like, yeah, okay, bring it on. But that made me worried about binary domain,
which turned out to be great.
Which turned out to be effing
which
awesome.
You should all buy on Steam.
Yeah, if you haven't got it on Steam, go out and buy it on PS3 or 360, whatever. If you haven't got a PC to run it on and you've got a console, go buy it on your console.
Because it's great.
It's a hell of a game. Although the multiplayer is a bit rubbish, but yeah. Okay. So, anyways, yeah. Okay. Speaking of re-releases, Konami,
the other company that has fallen.
Yes, they're going to re-release Metal Gear Solid 4 with trophies.
I wish I cared about trophies.
Wait, it's not just a patch?
Nope.
It's also a patch.
It's also a patch, but it's also a re-release as well. And
it's like the budget release, yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, with Metal Gear 4, I don't know if you played the original one. I think you had to install it 5 times.
Yeah, for each different chapter.
Yeah, for each chapter, you had to do an install, so it was 10, 15-minute install.
If I remember at the time, this was before that you could install full games. And I also think it was the biggest game on the
25 meg or 25 gig or something stupid.
It nearly used all of the disk or something.
Yeah.
At the time, so they had to install the information after every single level or something.
Yeah. So basically this new version that's being re-released and it comes out early August. Which is it's priced actually not too bad. It's 4,000 yen. You can actually install the entire game.
Yeah.
So it's not in increments of 5 anymore. So it's just do the whole thing. But yeah. So if you already own it, you can go back and play it again and get some trophies.
Yep.
For all you trophy hoes.
Mario 64 will be excited.
Wario 64 is all about that.
I couldn't. I mean, so I remember some people on Twitter saying, "Oh, I'm not going to play it because it doesn't got any trophies." And then as soon as this announced, "Oh, I think I'll play Metal Gear," now it's getting trophies. I was like, "Really?"
I don't know. I'm one of those guys who just doesn't.
I don't care about trophies whatsoever.
I actually kind of like them on the Vita, but I don't know why. I'm not really sure why that's any different for me. But I don't actually go searching to complete trophies.
Absolutely true. Same here. I do not go searching for trophies. They do nothing for me.
Yeah, but I do get that it provides incentives for some people.
I get it provides incentives for people, but yeah, it's just something that's never clicked with me, and I don't care for them.
I actually got my first platinum trophy on Gravity Days.
Same.
Months ago, yeah.
I think a lot of people did.
Did you do a dance when you did it? Did you just stand up and do a jig or something?
No, I was just happy enough to post a screenshot, and that's about it.
Actually, this is kind of tangent, but how did you feel about Gravity Days, Cheesy?
Freaking awesome.
Oh, yeah.
It's still the only full-fledged game I have on the Vita.
So good. If you haven't played it, go buy it.
Right, it's highly recommended.
Gravity
My question
Rush.
about Metal Gear Solid 4, though, is does this reissue include transferring?
Transferring to what, though?
To the Vita.
If only.
If what, no. you want to play Metal Gear Solid 4 on the Vita?
I didn't say that. I'm just asking.
Oh, right.
I don't think it does.
No. This is just a straight up trophy patch.
It's a re-release.
And a re-release.
I could have sworn Konami made a big deal about transferring, allowing you to play any Metal Gear Solid game on any Sony platform.
Yeah, I think it's only if they release that game for the other platform as well, sort of thing. You can switch the data between. It's really cool on Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3 HD. But yeah, they haven't really gotten a chance to use it again. Hopefully with Zone of the Enders. That would be fantastic.
Yeah, that's another one, right?
Yeah.
Okie dokie. Let's move on. Cheesy, you have something about Nintendo 3DS download cards or something?
Right. So next week, Saturday, the 28th of July in Japan, Nintendo is launching retail game downloadable sales on the 3DS.
I think the world's going to stop rotating. Everyone's going to fall off.
So instead of having to swap out cartridges on your portable Nintendo system, you'll now be able to just download the game to your system's SD card and play it from there without having to swap anything out.
So when you buy a 3DS, it comes with a 2 gig card, right?
The current 3DS comes with a 2 gig card. The LL or the XL will come with a 4 gig card. If I'm not
wondering how big these games are going to be.
Are you going to be able to switch cards?
Oh, you mean memory cards?
Switch SD cards?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been able to switch SD cards with no problem.
Okay. I mean, with the digital content on them that you've downloaded from the store, and there's no problem.
Yeah, I originally had the 2 gig SD card that came with the system, but I upgraded it to a 16 gig card and had no problem just straight up copying everything on the SD card right on over.
Okay, cool.
Because all of the apps that you download are tied to your system.
Right.
They haven't yet introduced the account system that's going to come with the Wii U, but if you just copy everything that was registered to your system to a different SD card, it'll play with no problem. Okay,
so the retail cards are coming out on the 28th. That's the day when Super Mario 2 comes out?
Digital downloads of retail 3DS games will start on 9 a.m. Japan time on the 28th, yes.
Okay.
The cards themselves, the game-specific download cards that you'll be able to redeem for specific titles.
All the game-specific cards?
Yeah.
Are they cheaper than the actual retail game?
They may be.
Hang on, what?
The ones that you find in the stores will be sold in the same wholesale system that you find for physical media.
Oh, so they can price it pretty much if they want to be like, oh, let's take 1,000 yen off this, 5,000 yen game. They could sell the card for 4,000 yen instead of 5,000.
Right.
Okay.
The thing is, when it's sold over the counter in a retail store, they don't actually take the game into quote-unquote stock until the point of sale. So there's no actual risk in overstocking.
Oh.
And hence, there's little to no risk of a quote-unquote price collapse due to overstocking. It'll just be a case of all of the individual stores competing against each other with the price point.
Okay.
So you're going to have to do some shopping first then.
Right. Yeah, if you want to get the best deal, you can find a shop that has decided to make a particular game a loss leader to get you into the store by taking a small loss on the wholesale price. But I don't know how many stores in Japan are going to do that outside of like the end of the year sales wars or
Golden Week, etc.
Golden Week or Obon. They might make 3DS download cards a loss leader, but by and large, I think the prices are going to be maintained above wholesale prices.
Okay. And what about on the store itself?
On the store itself, Nintendo will sell you the download directly to you if you use your credit card or existing Nintendo points balance at full MSRP.
What?
Come on.
So they're not even going to compete with the retailers when it comes to price. They're letting
Seriously?
They're letting the retailers keep the pricing advantage versus direct sales. So they're not cutting them out on the downloadable.
Man,
sales,
even
which is
Sony Japan is getting that right. Like,
well, it's kind of clever because it keeps your products on the retail storefront so that
true.
they still have the customer foot traffic seeing the product there on the shelf. So Nintendo is very reticent to remove that from the storefront entirely and just undercut all the retailers and send all the sales that way. They want to include retailers in the sale of the downloadable.
That's how you make the retailers happy. That's
right.
Certainly true. It's just a sign of, I don't know. I feel like a lot of Japanese
They don't get it
with digital prices and where they need to be. I don't know. Feels like they don't get it at times.
Really, the way to go is to shop around with the various retailers, be they brick and mortar or online. Online stores will sell just the straight up downloadable redemption code via email.
So are you going to go with downloading stuff now, or are you going to keep on with a collection of cards?
Yes, I have collected video games for 25 years, and I can't imagine piling up more cartridges and discs for another 40 years.
But do you trust Nintendo to be able to keep all of this digital content and make sure that it goes to the next machine?
Yeah, that's another thing. Nintendo historically has only provided one generation's worth of backwards compatibility on its handhelds.
Uh-huh.
So if I buy a downloadable title on the 3DS, I'm assuming that it'll also work on the 4DS.
Yeah, assume, yeah.
Yeah.
You know where I'm to assumptions, right?
It's going to work on the 5DS.
Which is coming.
Right.
I will say, though, and this is a small thing, but the eShop cards that you can buy in stores here, as we talked about a little bit earlier, just have really kind of cool little designs just from a collector's perspective.
Yes.
And from what I hear, they're not like that out west, or at least in America.
Oh, no?
I asked a friend of mine, actually, because I took some photos of, I think it was one of the Mario anniversary ones. It was like the family computer, and it had just a bunch of different characters on it.
Yeah.
I took a photo, posted it on Twitter, and someone was just really blown away by it.
Really?
And I asked them, I was like, oh, you don't have these cool designs, in America? And they were like, no, we just have like these boring like eShop cards. And I don't know if maybe they just didn't see them or not, but I hope with these, in Japan, I hope with these download cards, we get some really cool pieces of artwork or something, something just to make them look a little bit more appealing since you don't have a box or anything like that.
Right. I think it'll be cool to collect those individual game-specific download cards.
Yeah.
They'll take up a whole lot of space than a retail package would anyway.
You can pin them on your wall, making like mosaic type thing going on.
I've held on to my eShop cards just because a lot of them just have really nice artwork on them. They look cool.
I know that when I went to the UK in April, that the PSN, they have specific game cards for PSN. I went into a few game stores. They had them as well, and some of them have got some nice artwork on the actual card itself. So it's not just PSN points; it's actual games. So yeah, you could down like Infamous or like Little Big Planet or whatever. But yeah, they were individual cards that you could download the game. So it was pretty cool because I was surprised because I've never seen it in Japan. Because in Japan it's just the cash for your wallet.
Yep.
And the PSN ones are extremely boring. A green, a blue, and a red one. I was like, wow, is that it? No wonder you're not selling anything on PSN.
They're not really cards either. They're like...
No, they're cards.
I mean, I don't know. Like, the ones I've bought before, like, they're card shaped, but they're not made of, like, the same materials like an eShop card.
Right, yeah, or an iTunes card.
10,000 yen PlayStation Network card, and it's plastic.
Yeah, it's plastic.
Really?
Yeah, blue one, yeah.
I don't even have any that are plastic. Okay, so... Clearly, I'm missing out.
Yeah, no, they're just very plain and really boring, and no wonder no one picks them up because you don't notice them when you're in the store. But when you're in the store and you see the Nintendo ones, they all jump out at you because they've all got different images on them, like the game specific images, like Zelda. They've got like the Famicom motif on it, or they've got like Kirby on it, and they all jump out and they're all different colors and stuff, and yeah, they're like boom, they're there. But the PlayStation ones, you can just walk straight past them and not even notice them because they're plain,
wavy motion color thing.
Yeah, plain and
the Nintendo
boring.
Point cards in America are plain. You need to tell Scott Moffat to get on that.
Yeah, send some angry emails.
Yeah. So
Angry
also
emails.
on the 3DS game downloads note, Club Nintendo is doing a promotion where if you buy either New Super Mario Bros. 2 or Oni Training, aka Brain Training, via download, you will get a free copy of Donkey Kong for the Famicom/NES, which includes the missing Pie Factory stage that was in the arcade version.
And wasn't this specific version of Donkey Kong originally exclusive to like that Wii that came out
there
not
was
so long ago?
There was a special edition Wii that only came out in certain territories that included this special edition of Donkey Kong for the NES. And this is the first time it's been available since.
Okay.
So I'm looking forward to that as well. Also, you'll be able to get double points for either of those two games and additional points on top of that if you get both.
Yeah, and in case you're wondering, Club Nintendo Japan is much better than wherever your Club Nintendo is.
I got a pixel art Mario cushion.
I wanted to get that because I actually got platinum status last year.
Yeah, I did as well.
I was in the process of moving to Kyoto, so I wasn't sure what my address is going to be. So during the registration period, I'm like in the process of moving. I don't know my address. I can't even sign up for this thing. So by the time my address was decided, the registrations were already closed, and they wound up sending me this cheap paper desktop calendar, and I was...
Oh, that sucks.
Yeehaw.
I was rather miffed, and I had to wind up going to Yahoo Auctions to buy it online for 2,000 yen.
Oh, really?
It sucked because I spent a long time here thinking that Club Nintendo in Japan was as much of a waste of time as it is, like, in America. And only until when Kid Icarus came out. That was the first time I was...
The soundtrack, right?
Yes. And I went on the Club Nintendo site and I was just like, oh my god, what have I been doing? All of these missed points. I probably could have had thousands of points by now if I actually, like, realized that this was good. And since then, I've just been really sort of
ridiculous.
OCD about, plugging in the code as soon as I get it.
Well, you have to also pre-order the game with Nintendo. Like, you have to tell them that you're going to buy this game several weeks in advance in order to get the extra 10 bonus points on top of whatever amount comes with the game.
Damn. It's good, though.
It's worth it, though. I love my Kid Icarus soundtrack.
The brain training one, the new one.
Yeah.
There's a demo on the shop, right?
There is.
Did you play it?
I have not.
No, me neither.
It's not really my thing.
Likewise.
Well, the reason I didn't play it is because I think I'm going to pick it up when the LL is launched next week, along with Super Mario Bros. 2.
Yeah.
So that's probably the reason why I didn't pick it up.
I have a question for you guys. Do you think, because the original brain training really blew up on the DS over here, like hugely so.
Yep.
Do you think this is gonna have a similar kind of effect, or do you think it's just it's gonna sell well, but in Japan?
In Japan,
sequel, yeah.
It's hard to say because this is really the first 3DS title that's targeted specifically at that expanded audience. It's hard to say if the LL combined with Oni training is going to recapture that same market that a lot of people have seen siphoned off to other platforms. So it's hard to predict. Your guess is as good as mine.
Because I'm just, I'm kind of curious if like maybe has that boat already set sail, or I'm wondering if those same casual fans who enjoyed the game on the DS are going to want this new sequel, or if they're kind of done with it, which I guess is kind of also similar to the Wii versus the Wii U.
Right.
Are they going to be able to capture that same audience, or what?
I really have to wonder if that expanded casual audience is the type that are willing to buy into new platforms when they already have the old one. It's like, I already have my Wii, I already have my Wii Sports. Why do I need the new one? The old one still works fine. I mean, have they been successfully converted over into core users at this point? I don't know.
I'm very curious about seeing that. Even if I'm not, me personally, I'm still not sold on the Wii U, but I'm very interested in seeing the numbers and just where people seem to be heading in terms of the purchases they make.
So we'll be watching the sales numbers for the 3DS LL very closely.
Onya, do you want to talk about the reaction from Japan? Because Ouya, beg your pardon. Onya. So the reaction from Japan is what? Because I didn't get to see or read anything.
Has there been a reaction?
I don't know.
Not as such, as far as I can tell.
I'm pretty sure no one here is even... I mean, I haven't seen Hachima or Jin, two of the biggest vlogs, really.
There were a couple of Hachima posts about it, but...
How's the tone on those? Because
basically the reaction to those has been, why do I need this? It's Nintendo's doomed. And it's like, I have no place to put this, and it's all free-to-play garbage. I don't need this. It's like, the core gamer audience does not care about this in Japan.
That's not surprising.
And if they've even heard of it.
Can you not get, like, Mobage games on this?
Yeah, Mobage and Gree are entirely different things. They're cell phone-based platforms.
Yeah, I know.
This will run on an Android OS, though. So
this is Android. Yeah, it's basically an Android device without a screen.
Do Mobage and Gree have Android apps for like Android phones? I imagine they must.
Yes, they do.
That their platforms are available on.
Yes, they are, and I smiled when I deleted them off my phone.
I never downloaded either of those guys. It's like, I'm not going to.
I think they were pre-installed on my phone because I switched from an iPhone. I went from iPhone to Dokuro, and to go with Android because I wanted to try it, and I really like Android. I like it a lot. Basically because it's open platform and you can do whatever you want with it. You're totally free and stuff like that. Anyways, yeah, I deleted both of them straight away because I'm in the gym. I go to the gym every day, and I can see people sitting there on like exercise bikes, and while they're training on the exercise bike, they're sitting there with a cell phone in their hand playing Mobage games.
Just clicking a button?
Just pushing exactly, just tap on the screen. Just tap on the screen. And they're not even looking at the screen.
Oh no. They're just gold farming or whatever?
Some guy was playing a Gundam game, and he had his hands to his side. So he's looking straight ahead, and his hands are to his side. So I can see his phone, and he's just tapping it. And and the Gundam guy is just slashing.
These are mostly browser games. games. Like, you literally press a single button on the screen to do something, quote unquote.
And it doesn't matter where you're hitting on the screen as long as you hit the screen. And there was no timing to it. There was no music to it because he didn't even have headphones into it. So it's not like he was listening.
If you're not even paying attention to a game, then what's the point?
Oh, so he's just sitting there like that, and he must have tapped that button for 5. I don't know. It must have been an exercise for his thumb. But anyway, he was tapping the screen for like 5 minutes, and after it, it must have vibrated or something, because at the end of this fight, he looked at it, and then he pressed the button again, and then he got like coins.
Oh, God, feed that dopamine rush.
And I was like, really?
Anyway, Ouya.
Yeah, but no, that's what I'm saying. Android. So yeah, there you go.
I don't think anybody really thinks it's gonna be successful and blow up the industry or whatever. But I think it's an interesting experiment to look at. I have no interest in it as a platform, but I'm interested in seeing what people don't take away from it or what they take away from it, just as an experiment, personally. But
yeah,
I have no interest in funding it, though.
I did.
Yeah, that's another story. Do you guys buy into crowdfunding?
I explain crowdfunding.
Crowdfunding is basically the whole concept behind Kickstarter, where whatever entity producing some sort of project or product seeks funding from the public, you, the consumer, directly, in order to get their production to happen. And they may offer several different reward levels. If you donate $10, we'll give you a mention. If you donate $20, you'll get a pre-order. Or if you donate $30, and so on and so on. And it's caught on for a number of projects, notably the Double Fine adventure raised over $3 million on it for their game.
I think, and here's the thing: Kickstarter's actually been around for quite a ways longer than before. Like the first game really blew up for it.
Sure.
And there's been a lot of really cool non-game related projects that have gotten funded. A good friend of mine who's a indie filmmaker, who's been making short films for a long time, that he's sort of grown his fan base, and he wanted to he's also a student on the side, and he wanted to be able to get equipment to make better films and stuff like that. And so he used Kickstarter to fund this film project that he made that turned out really well, actually. And he raised, I think it was $5,000. It wasn't one of those massive projects,
But it's still nothing to sneeze at.
No, it's something to sneeze at, of course, because it allowed him to make better films. But you have things like board games, you have things like card games, stuff like this. There's been a lot of really cool, interesting things that have gotten crowdfunded before the big video game head honchos kind of snuck their heads in and started asking for money as well. So I don't know. It's weird territory that I don't feel like I know enough to really comment on. Especially in the case of well-known people in the game industry coming in and asking for money. I think that's not necessarily where I think it goes wrong, but I think it's where I'm kind of a little bit more I kind of tilt my head a little bit more than when I see some indie musician or some indie company making a board game asking for money. I feel like they're kind of different, but maybe that's also me just sort of having double standards. I don't know, but it's interesting.
Well, I actually put money into the Ouya.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you pre-order it?
Yes.
Okay. Oh. What's your motivation behind that?
I like it because it's open. Not the fact that it's open and it's hackable. I'm one of those people who like to go in and mess around with stuff.
It's a toy.
Yeah, it's a toy. It's an open toy. I can mess around with it. I can hopefully because I mean what I used to do back in the day is I don't know if you remember hex editing.
As in the actual bytes of a program?
Yes. I used to hex edit Super Famicom games.
Nice.
Oh, wow.
Change colors, change characters, change text, change moves. So like Street Fighter and that, so you could jump up and do fireballs in midair and stuff like that, and then and continue it going up the screen, and then you'd come out the top of the screen and then come from the bottom and stuff like that. just
you got to know your assembly languages for that.
Yeah, so it was something that I did when I was in computer college in school.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was like kind of heavy into the hex editing side of it. Mm-hmm. So this to me is another opportunity for me to like delve into stuff like that again and just see what I can do with it and just have a laugh. Yeah, I mean, to me, I mean, it was like in Japanese yen, it was about 8,000 yen. 9,000
like
yen.
Video game.
Yeah, seriously.
That's the cost of like Ni no Kuni when that came out. You know,
which was overpriced.
Yeah, which was way overpriced. They've just actually released it again with
next week
for 4,000
for 4,000 yen with all the DLC. So obviously, level 5 is starting to learn their lessons. Maybe.
Anyway, yeah. What are you going to do with the Ouya?
Well, I'm just gonna mess around with it and see what I can see what other people bring out for it, and then get into it and start see what I can hack on or just mess around with. I mean, it was just to me it was. I mean, it was a to me, like the Super Nintendo and doing the hex editing was a gateway into actually going to computer college. Because it made me think, I'd like to do something like this. My father was already a computer engineer. So it just made me think, yeah, I quite enjoy doing this. This is quite amusing. I'd like to understand it a little bit more. So to me, it's worth 8,000 yen.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like there are going to be, if you just look at the internet and you look at like the free content, like free game content that is available on the internet, period. I think there are some really, really talented people out there. There are some talented modders. There's some talented people who work in homebrew who, I am a little bit excited to see, what crazy, ridiculous things, useful or not useful, they do with this, because I don't know. I feel like the internet is people on the internet can be very, very tech savvy. Yep. And something like this is the sort of thing where they will just take it to pieces and go to town with it.
Of a field day.
So I'm not looking forward to it as the second coming of video games, but I mean, it's interesting,
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to it.
Stuff, so.
Yeah, it's not. I'm not looking forward to it as a video game console, because I'm not going to sit there and play Android games on my TV. I'm interested into for the tech side and see where I can mess around with, because I like to tinker.
So you think we'll see the same kind of community hacking development that we saw on the Wii Remote and Kinect?
Possibly, yeah. I don't see why not. I mean, you give somebody an open platform, and even if you look at a closed platform, you see what people do with it. I mean, look at the iPhone, and when you jailbreak an iPhone and what you can do with the iPhone. Look at that community. That community is like thriving.
Yeah.
So I mean, you look at this platform and you open it, but most people seem to think that it's hackable, which means that you can hack the games. You can't, especially with the Android 4.3. They've got all of the security in place where you can't just hack games. Everyone seems to think that you can just hack games. It's really easy, but you can't really, especially now with the new protocols that they brought in with the new Android 4.3. So I think most people come at it thinking that, that's what happens, because most people probably use an iPhone and they don't know any better. I don't know. I'm not too sure, but that's how I see it. And I know that with, as I just said, with Android 4.3, it's got more protocols for security and to stop people from writing, like malware and stuff like that. It's got countermeasures to stop that type of stuff.
So it's more a matter of the SDK, the software development kit, being included with the system, allowing anyone to develop whatever they want on it, versus being able to make changes to the commercially released software for the system.
Yes, because that's what 4.3 is kind of there to protect, is that type of stuff.
Yeah, it's a key distinction.
Yeah, but most people,
a lot of people are misunderstanding.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That most people see that and just think, it's hackable. You can just hack everyone's games. No.
But the main draw is really the ability to tinker and develop and sort of do your own thing, which is harder to do on any other console because that stuff isn't included with it.
Well, if you look back in the day, I mean, I used to sit there with my Commodore 64 and Commodore 64 magazine and type in codes from the back of the magazine to just get my name to bounce around the screen. And I used to spend there for like 6 hours typing in garbage for like 6 hours just to get my name to bounce around the screen and change colors. But I got that into it that I could do it without the magazine, and I could go to like like a retail store that sold computers and do it in the store in 30 minutes.
Oh, dang.
And then lock it so they couldn't change it. You know, I could get to do stuff like that, and then it progressed. Like I could do it on the Amiga, I did it on the ST, but I kept doing it, and every computer that did come out, I was able to do it, and I was able to do it faster and quicker. And to me, that's what this Ouya is to me, and it's just like a little nod back to my kind of childhood, and I think I had fun doing that. Mm-hmm. And I know a lot of people. A lot of people in the industry now, like Dylan Cuthbert at Q Games, he kind of started with bedroom coding and stuff, right? And that's totally disappeared now.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate.
Yeah, so this kind of brings back that lost era that we used to have, mm-hmm. and for me that's kind of exciting. So to see the amount of people backing it, I'm kind of excited that there's that many people out there that may be into the same type of thing I was into way back in the day. You know, so
I feel like you have described like the appeal of this much better than a lot of people seem to have been able to. Like, I understand why you're into it now.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, but I shall shut my cake hole and move on. Zasshi Time!
Oh god, Zasshi Time.
There you go.
Yeah.
Zasshi Time.
Elliot's version of ill-prepared Zasshi Time.
Oh, well.
So, first up, Monster Hunter 4.
This has a huge spread, right, in Famitsu, right? It's like 4 pages?
Last week's Famitsu has a massive spread. I will count the pages right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 pages of Monster Hunter 4. And lots of it, unfortunately, you can't show you because it's a podcast, but there's some beautiful artwork. They're showing off the new bases, the new areas, things like that. Obviously, we've talked about the in-game graphics before and how the textures are not so hot. But I think we all kind of came to the same agreement that the animation and just like the new types of gameplay that were on display were really attractive.
Yes.
Can we agree on that much? Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm not gonna dwell on the graphics too much here right now because that's just kind of beating a dead horse. But
is the graphics? Is it anything to do with the whole game being streamed?
It might. I think it might have more to do with the fact that things might be completely destructible. Like there might be a lot more of that kind of like areas changing in real time because giant monsters are like
smashing down through walls and stuff. Right. Okay.
And in the long run, this is just my opinion, but I think if that stuff is really there, if that is actually in the game and like walls can be busted down by a giant wyvern chasing you, I'm okay with taking that hit. If it's going to be on the 3DS and that's just sort of what we have to deal with, then I think that's actually pretty cool. If that's not the case, then it's a little bit disappointing for sure. But one of the big things they show off is the big new field. And like the way they describe it is like atto tekina sonzai-kan, which is just like tremendous presence. And it's basically this huge open sort of yellowish field that we saw in the trailers. And the way they're describing it is really being this kind of giant open playground, the likes of which we have not seen in the series before. Whether that's true or not, this is Famitsu, so they tend to get excited about things that aren't worth getting excited about, but it looks very interesting. You have a new monster in the form of this weird monkey thing. Again, we saw that in the trailer. But the big news sort of comes in all the different new armors. And they have 2 pages that are kind of dedicated to showing off these new types of armor. It's just artwork, of course. None of these are in-game models. But they're all very interesting. And I believe they're all also online on Famitsu.com, so you can sort of check them out if you want to see. But just a lot of images. Not so much in new information, though, unfortunately.
So with the armor, what are they changing up with the armor? Are they saying?
They don't even go that far. They're saying, "Oh, look, this is new armor."
Oh, okay.
And with Monster Hunter, that's the big like sort of pull. You want to get that new awesome armor that makes you look like a badass. You want to get that new sword that's made from the teeth of the wyvern from the volcano, you know? Like, that's kind of why you're fighting these monsters in the first place. It's almost kind of like a Diablo pull, you know? You're fighting for that loot. Right. Only in Monster Hunter, you know, you're getting the ingredients so you can make the armor that you can wear so you can fight more giant monsters with your friends. The other cool thing is the caravan element, which is like your home base that's now capable of moving to different areas. So instead of having to run back all the way to Area 1 like you would normally do in a Monster Hunter game, you can sort of bring your caravan with you. Again, not too much in the way of details. They're very clearly going to be leaking this stuff out little by little, but it looks cool. It looks very interesting. I'm not a huge Monster Hunter guy. I found it very hard to get into them, but I've always really wanted to get into them. So I'm hoping this is the one that finally drags me into that frenzy.
Is this something that you play, Cheesy?
No, Monster Hunter is not my series.
Right.
Series.
For what reason?
The whole hunting mobs game concept doesn't really appeal to me at a base level. It's just not something I can really spend a whole lot of time doing. I mean, I've spent a lot of time playing the original PSO, and then I played through, you know, Final Fantasy XII, which kind of had that monster chasing feel to it. I never played Final Fantasy XI because, you know, it was another online game that would eat up hundreds of hours of my life. But Monster Hunter seems like another one of those, and it's like, yeah, I've kind of already had that experience, and I don't know if that's really something I want to get into. So,
it's also hard if you don't have the people around you to play with.
Right? Yeah, I've seen this particular franchise be real popular among high school boys in groups of 4, sitting down at tables at McDonald's. Yeah, that's what they do.
Specific.
Yes.
No, I mean, that's a very specific demographic that, you know, really gets into this particular series.
Yeah, I know.
Walk into any McDonald's in a big city here during after school time, and you will see 4 high school boys playing Monster Hunter on right now the 3DS.
Right. Yeah. You see them all the time on trains as well. Mm-hmm. I mean, they must just sit on a circle line and just go around in circles all day on playing Monster Hunter. Because, the amount of people playing it is crazy. I mean, even now, they're still playing it. Yep. I mean, on the PSP as well.
Yeah, I've seen that as well.
Yeah. This next. Okay, next. Let's go to, was it Soul Sacrifice?
Soul Sacrifice, that game that I'm really, really looking forward to.
I think everyone is, right? Unless Cheesy doesn't want to play that because it's more like Monster Hunter.
It looks like it may be a little not like Monster Hunter.
Okay, good.
And actually, this is what this last week's article was about. It was introducing characters, which is obviously something you don't really do with Monster Hunter because there aren't really...
Well, the monsters are the characters, right?
Yeah, exactly. And so this week, we were focused on 2 characters that they've introduced a little bit. One of them is the book, the living magic book that pretty much sets this whole story off, called Librum.
Okay.
And it's this dark-looking book with a giant eye and a nasty-looking mouth on the cover.
Is that like the Living Dead? Not the Living Dead.
Army
of Darkness?
Army of Darkness, there we go.
Is that the Bruce Campbell thing, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's like that book.
But this is the book that has all the quests in it, and it's essentially... it's basically a diary with all this history recorded inside of it, and you kind of... I guess you sort of dive into it when you go on a quest, but it's also the way they describe it is your Aibo, so your partner, your buddy, who kind of sets things off. And then the other character they introduce is this mysterious woman named Nimue, who's this short blonde hair. She's also described as being your partner. And I guess she's kind of a jerk, too, because she threatens to kill you a few times if you get in her way. But I guess she's going on these quests because she's trying to become like a full-on sorcerer. And she fights alongside you. And the cool thing that they describe is that in single-player mode, you can bring up to 2 other party members like CPU party members with you, AI members who will fight alongside of you automatically. But it sounds to me like these are actually going to be characters and not just like random bots. So, you'll bring Nimue and maybe another character with you, and that'll result in some story stuff happening. It seems to me like this definitely has a stronger focus on narrative and world than Monster Hunter does. Mm-hmm. And then the next couple pages talk a little bit about the magic you have. And the first one is your defensive magic. And in this case, they introduced like this wall of stones that you might remember from the demo that Keiji Inafune gave when they first announced the title.
Right.
And they talk a little bit about how that can be used as sort of a shield to protect your comrades. And then the next thing they talk about is the giant, like, bone fist, which is when your entire arm turns into this giant glowing red fist that you can use to attack. Just offensive and defensive magic. And then they show off a couple of areas in the game that they haven't really talked about too much. One of them is this sort of ice-filled area where everything's frozen over, chains and stuff, like bodies, things like that. Just in general, the style of the game is really quite fascinating, I think. They still haven't really gone into too much detail about certain elements, certain story elements and gameplay elements, but it looks like they're feeding us info every week, so I can deal with that.
Yeah, drip.
Yeah, drip.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to TGS, though. Hopefully it'll be there.
Yeah, fingers crossed. I mean, it was at E3.
It was at E3, right? So, yeah, why not?
It wouldn't be.
Why not? Yes.
It was at E3? The Vita was at E3? What? It was.
It was. Okie dokie. Let's kick into Valhalla Freaks Devil's Third.
Yes. If I'm not mistaken, actually, something pretty recent happened with Devil's Third, did it not?
Yep.
I believe it is now being funded by somebody.
Oh, is it? Because I thought THQ said, I don't want it anymore. You can have it back.
Yeah, they gave it back.
I heard.
And it was very, very recent, like yesterday. I saw it on Gaff. Thanks, Gaff. And I didn't really look into it much because I'm honestly not all that interested in the game.
Well, you're not interested because of who's behind it, or just the game itself?
I'm just not particularly like, I know that Ninja Gaiden definitely has some, it has its fans for real, and I get that. I was never really a big Ninja Gaiden fan of the new ones. I really like the old ones for the NES.
Okay,
but yeah, I didn't really have an Xbox back in the day, so I didn't play it when it came out, and yeah. But anyway, okay, so I found it. Valhalla Game Studios partners with Dubik for Devil's Third.
Dare.
Yeah, that's what I said too. And apparently they're making a PC and tablet version as well.
Oh, it's got to be good then, hasn't it? It's turned into a more buggy game.
So yeah, they're partnering with this company I've never heard of to fund Devil's Third. And yeah, they say, we would also like to announce our decision to contract the development of the PC and tablet versions to Valhalla and Dubik Co. Limited. Yeah, and it just came out of nowhere. Like, I have no idea who Dubik is.
Is it a new publisher? Or?
I don't know. All they have is this announcement that they're partnering with Dubik, which just sounds like a silly name.
Sounds dubious.
And there's a picture of all three of them on all three of the major players behind us on Valhalla Studios website, which I will send to you right now so you all can take a look at how cool they look with their sunglasses.
Have they all got sunglasses on and trench coats?
No, not all trench coats. But they're trying really hard to look like badass game designers.
They're going to fail because they're Japanese.
The only people who can pull that off are Kamiya and Kojima. But, yeah. So that's what happened. So I guess the game's getting made now. And
I think it was always going to get made. It's just whether or not it found a publisher.
Well, it also needs money too. That was the other big thing.
Yeah, I would have been funny if was it Koei Tecmo bought it again? Yeah,
that would have been the height of irony.
It would, wouldn't it? They bought it and then just like dumped it.
Oh, that'd be cold.
Well, it's good to see games not being canceled.
Yeah.
Oh, apparently it's a South Korean company to SPRSK on Gaff. So there you go. Even better, the actual thread for it on Gaff has like 5 posts. Like nobody noticed that this happened.
Or just nobody
not a whole
cares.
lot of anticipation for this game.
Nobody cares.
It's not.
Damn.
So there you go.
Oh well. Well, at least it's common anyway.
Yeah.
At least it's coming. I mean, I am interested to see what he actually does with it and what. Because do you remember when? I don't know if you remember in the Famitsu Xbox magazine, they were doing the interview with Itagaki, and it just stopped. They were doing interviews like every month,
and then it just
and like every month for like 5 months they were doing an interview with him and talking about his game and stuff, and then all of a sudden it just drew to a halt, and then you didn't hear anything from it since. So it's kind of nice that it's actually going to find its way to people's
it's always
consoles.
good to have a game come out. I don't like to see stuff get canceled. People put a lot of time and energy.
Yeah, me neither. I mean, I know because I've been in the video games for 15 years, so I know how it feels to have something canned because I've been on a game that was canned. Thanks, EA.
That can't be fun.
No, it's not. But we turned it into something else. So and it worked out for the better. So thank you about that as well. Anyways, so that's good. Okay, cool. Something that I don't think's in Famitsu, but Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
13, yes. Final Fantasy 13. What's this about? Anyone else know? Is it cancelled? Is it what?
Versus 13?
Versus 13,
Kotaku claims it is cancelled.
That's the rumor.
That's the big rumor, and then everybody picked up on it, but they're all just taking from Kotaku, so it doesn't really mean much.
Yeah, the comment from Square Enix on this story was, "We have no information on the status of Final Fantasy Versus 13, but we'll be sure to update you as it becomes available." Yeah. So they didn't deny that it's canceled.
Yeah, but
I didn't even know it was coming.
And
I don't really care about Final Fantasy anymore.
Kagari from GAF and also the senior editor for RPGsite.net and Nova Crystala said she's heard otherwise from insiders who are possibly working on it that apparently we'll be seeing something at TGS.
We've got conflicting information here, basically.
We do. And if you look back at sort of the comments that Nomura's made, I think it is more likely that the next time we see Versus 13, it won't be called Versus 13. If anything, I'm personally anticipating it's going to be Final Fantasy 15 next time we see it.
Oh, hang on. What was this the one that was meant to be a PlayStation 3 exclusive, and it was all black? They were all in black.
Yeah, they were
trench
all,
coats and stuff.
Yeah,
they were all acting
the
very
action game.
emo, and there was like crystals and tears flowing across the screen.
Guns, and there's a lot of blood.
Yeah, I remember this now. Yeah, I remember this now.
The little amount of gameplay we saw, which clearly was from like a super old prototype, looked like it was an evolution of the Kingdom Hearts battle system, only with like a party, which it actually looked kind of cool. But very, very early footage. I have a hard time believing that Square Enix would put that team on a game and then cancel it.
Well, they've been on that game for 6 years.
Well, see, that's the thing, is that they haven't even really been on that game for 6 years. It's one of those cases of a company getting way ahead of itself, announcing a game they were not ready to announce at all. And, like, most of these people were working on other games. And I remember there was an interview that said that, like, actual production on Versus, actual development of the game didn't start until, like, 2 years ago. Like, they just kind of made something really quickly, announced it, and then didn't get back to it for a long time. And
why do you announce a game 4 years before you start on it?
I mean, look at Last Guardian, which got announced, and who knows how long they've actually been working on that. I mean, that's actually a big problem with this whole HD generation, is you've had a lot of like publishers and developers announcing games like 3 years out, 4 years out, some people 5 years out, when really, you could have announced it a year before, and that would have been fine, because then you would have stuff to show.
Well, I think they do that to like get their market share up and stuff, right?
Yeah, but I mean, Square especially was bad about it. I mean, look at Final Fantasy XII. That was what? That was like a 5-year wait, wasn't it? That was a long time. I mean, they're better about it now. We've talked about it a little bit, but Final Fantasy XII 2 came out very quickly after they announced it. Like the turnaround for both the localization and the actual release was very, very good, just from a technical standpoint.
Moreover, there will be further announcements regarding Final Fantasy XIII at Square's 25th anniversary event for Final Fantasy happening on September 1st.
So does this mean Final Fantasy 13-3? What is this,
That's what the speculation is pointing to. It's like
7.
Never.
That'll never happen. They recently said that they're not going to remake 7 until they've surpassed it.
They're blowing. They're just pulling everyone's bluff.
That's just total, hot air.
Yeah, I know.
Like they're basically.
They made the biggest mistake ever by making that tech demo.
Right. It wasn't worth it.
Because if you look back, they made a tech demo for 6 too. Back.
Looking back at that tech demo though, it looks terrible now.
Comparatively, yeah.
It is like, wow, it looks awful.
It's kind of funny.
Yeah, that's the problem with making a tech demo for a very popular game that has a large installed fan base. It's like people are expecting that to be turned into a product.
Yep.
And the only reason it was made was to hype up the hardware platform because Sony and Square Enix are, close like that. So to raise,
I think Square Enix has shot themselves in the foot.
Yeah. Are you an expert?
Oh yeah, I'm an expert on all things Japan. Japanese people are very dedicated. They're never going to buy a Square Enix title again.
So we should look forward to 13-3, I guess.
I will say, I actually really enjoyed 13-2.
You did?
I did. I actually thought it was quite fun. Square Enix, Toriyama, they're hit and miss with their stories these days. Mostly hit on handhelds, I find. I don't know why that is. Like, their handheld stuff has been really excellent, and their console stuff has been kind of lacking. But the actual gameplay, I thought it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed my time with it. And
I like the battle system. I played it at TGS last year, and I really liked the battle system. It was pretty neat.
It seemed to me like they were really... Square Enix now versus Square Enix when they released Final Fantasy 13 and made all these grand announcements about the 13 franchise are very different.
Yeah, they are.
I think the Square Enix of now kind of is starting to get the program. And I think they're starting to understand how they need to be playing right now. But
I don't know about that.
I think they're slowly getting there because I think picking up Eidos was a great idea from a business standpoint.
I used to work for them as well.
I feel like right now they're struggling because they're tied down by all these promises they made before. They sort of figured this shit out.
Well, they don't seem to be answering their consumers' demands, quite frankly.
True, but Square Enix fans can also be quite fickle,
needy,
and loud about things that they hate. I hate Final Fantasy VII. I love Final Fantasy VII.
Well, just about any Final Fantasy thread you'll ever read will have the inevitable ranking of all the Final Fantasy games. Oh, 6 was the best. Oh no, 7 was the best.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like they're getting there though. They're trying, and I think that's more than to be said of other companies these days.
Cool.
That don't seem to even remotely be attempting to listen to what fans are saying. So
Capcom.
What?
Nothing.
Isn't that Capcom?
Capcom? Yeah. Don't get me talking.
Next, okay, so let's go to back to Famitsu. And what's the new Super Mario Brothers 2 Silver Luigi, page 52?
Yay, Super Mario Bros.
Yeah, that was the big reveal in this week's Famitsu for New Super Mario Brothers 2 is that you've got Gold Mario and then you'll have Silver Luigi. So
okay, sorry. Luigi, yes, beg your pardon, Silver Luigi.
Yeah, when you pick up the gold flower, you'll turn into Gold Mario or Silver Luigi, and you'll be able to throw fireballs that turn the bricks into coins.
So yeah, he operates the same as Gold Mario does.
Right, it's just an aesthetic thing like Fox Luigi in in Super Mario 3D Land.
Oh, okay, cool. Nice, okay, so then we've got the cross reviews, and New Super Mario Brothers 2 got, what was it, 4 9s?
All 9s, and basically... Basically, they say the same thing that they normally say about Mario games. Collecting coins is so much fun. Like, it's more fun than it's ever been in the entire, length of the franchise. Apparently, like, co-op play is really difficult, but that's why it's worth it. It's Mario, and so it's great, is pretty much how they describe it. They kind of talk in circles like they always do, but...
So, it got 4 9s. Another game though on the PSP got it 1 10 and 3 9s, and apparently Nintendo fanboys went nuts.
Really? Come on, people.
So
the game in question Super Danganronpa 2 Sayonara Zetsubo Gakuen.
So yeah, this got a 10 and 3 9s, and apparently Nintendo fanboys went nuts because it basically it beat out New Super Mario Brothers 2.
So to talk about this game a little bit, I played the original game for the PSP.
Right.
And there's pretty much no chance of these games ever being localized because of the type of gameplay they have. They're adventure, like Japanese adventure, visual novel, but also you can control your character and move around like the area. It's like a first person in the area, and you can inspect things, etc. But where it differentiates itself is in these unique battles in which you basically have an argument with somebody, but you like it's kind of hard to explain. You use kanji characters that like. Can you help me here, Cheesy?
Well, it looks like in the screenshot, it looks straight out of Ace Attorney, where your character would shout "Objection."
Yeah, it's similar to that, but then you also shoot kanji characters, and it's almost like a shooter in some ways. And you're using kanji? You're like making arguments with like the characters. It's all very strange.
Is it like typing of the Dead, except you're shooting them?
Not quite.
No.
But basically, it's a murder mystery, and you're trying to figure out who the murderer is. And so you're interrogating people, and then when you interrogate people, you get into these heated battles that are like this weird like cross between like a shooter and Phoenix Wright. But the thing is, because they use the kanji characters in such like creative ways, trying to turn that into an English language game is, I wouldn't say impossible because nothing is impossible, but the amount of work you'd have and the amount of programming that would have to go into like completely changing the way the system functions is probably not like worth the amount of money and time it would take. But it was a really, really fun, interesting, creative game. I've never played a game like it before. It doesn't surprise me.
This is like a half bear as well. Like one side's black and one side's white.
Yeah, he's called Mono Bear, which is like monochrome bear. But it doesn't surprise me that this game scored such top scores, because if the second one is anywhere near as good as the first one, then not only is it like funny and interesting, like gripping, but the gameplay is also probably unlike anything you've ever played. So props to it. Famitsu scores don't really mean much, but still.
I don't really take much notice of Famitsu scores anymore, especially after Steel Battalion scores came out, and I'm just like, no, I can't. Do not trust Famitsu anymore.
But basically, it's just a really good murder mystery, already on top of some ace gameplay. So, if you know Japanese and you're confident in your Japanese skills, I highly recommend you check these games out, because they are definitely some crazy stuff. So.
Okay, I see on this list a PSP game that maybe will make you and Kyle disappear forever.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Okay, Nayuta no Kiseki got 4 8s, which again means nothing.
My God, kill yourself, hang yourself.
To be fair, the last game in the series, Ao no Kiseki also got, what was it? I think it was like a few 9s and like a couple 8s or something like that. Again, I don't, whatever. They say if you really like story, like well-written stories in your RPG, you'll like this. If you like action games, you'll like this. If you like the Kiseki series, you'll like this. They put the clear time at about 30 hours, and they put the completion time, doing everything, at over 80 hours.
Oh my God, it's another Persona.
Well, considering this is an action RPG, 30 hours seems about right in terms of length. The average Kiseki game will take you like 50 hours. So this is, a little bit more fast-paced. They talk about how the action is just very smooth and easy to follow. And even for beginners who are not particularly good at action games, they can still kind of figure out the flow because the pacing is really good.
Right.
They say the story is, excellent. The differences between stages and the ability to change the weather also adds a lot to the variety. Basically, they talk about how this is just a great game overall. And, of course, the 8s don't really match the amount of praise that they give the game, but I'm not going to talk too much about this because Lord knows next week this will be the only thing I talk about. Even when we're talking about other things, I will probably just end up talking about Nayuta no Kiseki instead. So I apologize in advance.
Well, that's good, though. I mean, it's great that you have a title that you're totally in love with and enamored by, and you'll just keep playing it no matter what.
Honestly, yeah. It's funny because Falcom, I came into Falcom games at a time when I was sort of feeling like, I don't know, like some Japanese game companies were kind of failing me. Like Square Enix wasn't putting out the stuff that I really wanted to play anymore. I had Atlas, which was great, but just in general, it felt like Japanese RPGs weren't giving me what I wanted.
Right.
And I came across Falcom, a company that's been around a long time. Right. And it's just, discovering a whole library of games that you never knew about that were all pretty much classics. I mean, I don't know. It was like walking into a candy store. Like even now, I'm still catching up.
Right. Cheesy, do you have any a specific title or that you're totally enamored by, like Elliot and Kyle?
Something niche.
Yeah. Is there something? Is there one particular game? No matter what, you'll play it.
I'd have to say the original Mega Man series.
Oh, yeah.
On the SNES, right?
On the NES.
Well,
on the NES, I beg your pardon. On the NES. Yes.
PlayStation, and then the latest systems had 9 and 10. But yeah, if it's in the original Mega Man series, I'm going to play it, period.
For what reason? What grabs you?
I like the boss designs.
Ooh.
Okay.
So the biggest thing for me when there's a new original Mega Man game in the pipe is finding out who the bosses are.
Mm-hmm. Is it their patterns of attack that?
No, it's the character design.
Oh, it's the design. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I really like the aesthetic and the character design, the thought process that goes into designing those characters, even if they get to be a bit redundant, like you have Flame Man and Heat Man.
Ice Man and Freeze Man.
Right. It's like, okay, yeah, they're revisiting some of the same things over and over again, but even so, I mean, I just like the boss design reveals.
Okay, cool. So this game called Persona 4 Arena, a game that you can't play because it doesn't work on your machine. It got 4 nines?
Yeah, so let's talk about the actual game.
Okay, go for it. There's no crossplay with the arcades, right?
No, but there rarely ever is.
Right. Okay. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't.
If purely on like a fighting, like on the gameplay itself, if there's no problems between these two ports, it'll be excellent. People who play this game will be very happy with how it feels. In terms of the review, they recommend it to people who like Persona 3 and 4, people like 2D fighting games. And then they, of course, go on to say, in order to clear the story mode, it'll take 30 to 40 hours, which we've talked about before. This is, a full-blown Persona 4 sequel.
This is a fighting game that takes 40 hours to complete?
Well, here's the thing. If you've ever played any of ArcSys's other fighting games, like Blaze Blue,
yes,
Blaze Blue had a very robust story mode. Not quite 30 to 40 hours,
no,
but it was like a visual novel and with fights interspersed, but you can make decisions as well.
Right.
And so it was like, depending on how you play, you could spend anywhere from 10 to 20 hours on the Blaze Blue story mode. And it's pretty good. Like I actually would buy the next Blaze Blue and actually look forward to where the story would go.
Okay.
And so, Atlas penned the story for this, and they left the gameplay side to Arc System Works. So 30 to 40 hours, probably, it seems about right.
Are you thinking of playing this with a stick, or are you a controller boy?
Oh, I'm a stick guy.
Are you a stick man?
I have my stick sitting on the floor right next to me because I was practicing this other game.
What stick are you using?
I use this cheap stick called Arashi.
I know that one. Yeah,
the boy band?
Pretty much, yeah. I play on their faces. It's crazy.
Oh, no.
Their fangirls will be very upset in the morning. But yeah, all they say, this is Famitsu where they give the most meaningless compliments ever. But they're like, the Kakuto game toshite no kanseido wa sasuga Arc System Works. Like the amount of, I don't even know how to say this, like
the level of completion.
The level of completion of quality is, as usual, Arc System Works standards, whatever that means. Basically, they say the story mode has just crazy amounts of volume. None of these guys are probably fighting game experts, so they just give baseline. Fighting game is really good, yay! But I mean, the scores don't surprise me, honestly.
Because I know you've played the arcade a lot.
Yes.
So you already know how it plays. So
yes.
it doesn't play like a Street Fighter game, does it?
Not at all. I mean,
it plays more like a Blaze Blue game, right?
Blue, Guilty Gear. Even then, it's kind of different because of the Persona system.
Right.
In some ways, it's faster than Blaze Blue.
Is this a 30 or 60 frame?
This is 60.
This is 60, and it's 60 on the console too.
Probably. It doesn't say anything about that here.
Right.
I doubt they would even notice. But
so, is this a frame counting game or what?
Oh yeah, I mean, all these 2D fighters are always frame counting games. If you're really that into it, I don't go that deep into it. But
right. Okay.
I don't feel it necessary when you're playing against Japanese players who are all really, really good. Just playing against them makes you better, really, on the whole.
Right.
Because the level of skill is just so much higher around here.
Yes, most of it is. Yeah. Okay, so Cheesy, what's this PS Vita overview push?
What is this PS Vita?
Yeah, the PlayStation Vita is this handheld gaming system from Sony you might have heard of.
Yeah, it's not selling too well, is it?
No, I think this spread in Famitsu this week is kind of in response to its sluggish sales.
It tries to be positive.
Yeah, they try to put their best spin on it. I mean, they show the whole lifetime to date sales chart, and
It's so bad.
They don't put it in relation to any other platform, so it's not to like emphasize that sales are so low. But you see, it's each dot along the line is kind of hovering around 10,000 sales per week.
Yep.
Which is, needless to say, pretty weak. So they, show like the top 10 sellers on the system today. They have this whole interview with their marketing guy. They have, a customer satisfaction survey. They're trying to put their best face forward on this and try to get the system going.
Right. So they have a top 10 list, right, of software.
Right. Would you like to hear that?
Yeah. Well, I'm interested to see what the Japanese are playing.
Well, the two most popular titles, the only ones that have sold over 100,000 copies, are Persona 4 The Golden at 188,000 and Everybody's Golf 6 at 118,000.
I want to note real quick that it's looking more and more like Persona 4 is definitely going to break 200,000.
I would not be surprised at this point.
In the very least, yeah. Which is good for Atlas, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Most definitely, but I'm quite shocked to see like Gravity Days at like 74,000 units.
Right, it's kind of heartbreaking to see such a great game just kind of be beleaguered like that.
Yeah, it's quite shocking, really. Those numbers, considering like Gravity Day, what came out in February.
Yeah,
those numbers are piss poor.
Yeah. I mean, really, a game like that should be a million seller by rights.
By critical rights, yeah, by how good it is.
Yes. Yeah, and it makes me sad looking at those numbers because a lot of the games on the top 10, they've been out since like launch. Like Everybody's Golf 6, Uncharted, which is 90,000.
Son of Musa.
Yeah, Dynasty Warriors is next, which is 75.
Tales of Innocence came out in January.
January, right? Lord of Apocalypse, 70,000. Ragnarok
Odyssey makes me sad too.
I know. I thought that would have sold more, considering when they put the online patch on it.
And they're still backing it, by the way. They're still releasing stuff every week.
Exactly. I would have thought that would have sold a lot more because that's basically the Vita's Monster Hunter.
Not as in depth.
Yeah, not as in depth, but that's the kind of the equivalent. That's the kind of the only thing you've got at the moment on the Vita. And I was surprised for the patch was like 14 meg. Jeez. I was actually surprised that it was good. I mean,
it works really well.
It works really well. I've never seen any lag. I've never been dropped out of a game. Yeah, I was really surprised. And to see those numbers is like, wow, really? It's like Sony really need a price drop because when the machine was 20, I think when the machine was like second hand for 20,000 yen when Persona came out, all the secondhand Vitas flew off the shelves.
Mm-hmm.
For 20,000 yen, they all disappeared. The store shelves disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
There was a slight bump in new Vitas sold, but I mean, most stores had like maybe between 5 and 10 secondhand Vitas on the shelves, but they all disappeared as soon as Persona 4 came out. But
when Persona 4 came out, sales were bumped from their below 10,000 rate to just over 30,000.
Yeah, but still, it would have been a lot more if the machine was at a lower price. And I think that the magic price was 20,000 yen.
I don't know about that because they show in this customer survey here that what people are expecting from the Vita, those who are expecting a price drop only account for 5.5% of the respondents.
Yeah, and 74% is the lineup of software.
Right. Now, granted, this isn't a scientific survey, but these are what your core users are wanting from your system, and they're not really caring so much about the price.
They're people who already own it, then, though, right?
Perhaps.
Because people who already own it want software.
Yeah, it looks like
this is responses from people who do not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there it is. Vita omotte nai hito kara.
From who? Oh, it includes people who do not own it. So it's both owners and non-owners.
Okay, right.
It doesn't really break that down, so...
Right, okay. But I noticed that in the stores that I went to, and I visit a good 5 stores, that basically all of the second-hand Vitas disappeared as soon as Persona came out. They all disappeared.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And the magic price was 20,000 yen. So, I mean...
Well, how many used Vita sales were there that week versus new systems? We don't really have...
That's the thing. There's no way to...
Well, the new systems were still on the store shelves?
Well, they sold over 30,000 that week. We just don't have a comparison number.
Right, yeah, we don't have a comparison number, but what I'm saying is there was definitely more... Well, in the stores I went to, you can see them on the store shelves, the new and second-hand ones, and the second-hand ones definitely went quicker than the new ones that they have behind the counter that you can see they're like prominently on display.
So we could say that they tore through the used ones first before they went to
definitely.
the new ones.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
I mean, in my case, Nagasaki doesn't have that many stores to go to, so I pretty much do the rounds. A couple of stores were sold out of new Vitas, but most of them, they always put the used ones on display. Most of the places I went to took some major used hits in terms of the console. So I imagine people probably plowed through the used ones first and then started buying new ones when they couldn't find...
I noticed that some of the stores where I go to, there was like a campaign. If you buy a second-hand Vita and Persona 4, it was 25,000 yen.
Oh, man.
That's the price of a new Wi-Fi Vita.
Yep.
So you get...
So why get the new Wi-Fi?
Why get the new one when you can get a second-hand one? And to be honest, it's in pretty... I mean,
good shape.
Yeah, it's in good shape. There's no scratches on it. I mean, and it's still got a manufacturer's warranty as well because it's not even a year old. It's still got like 6 months on it. Mm-hmm. So you still got warranty on it as well, and you get a game for 25,000 yen. So, yeah, I saw all the second-hand ones disappear. So, yeah, these numbers just make me upset that Sony don't have the machine at a right price, and they just don't have in Japan, they don't have the software.
They don't have the software that Japanese people want.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, me personally, I've said this before, I'm actually pretty satisfied with my Vita. I've been playing games on it pretty much every month.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's just like, you can see that clearly, like, they're not hitting the audiences they need to.
Most definitely.
Get those numbers.
I think when PlayStation 1 titles come across, maybe that may do something, because I know a lot of people still hold a lot of the PlayStation 1 titles. They're extremely fond of them.
Mm-hmm.
That might do something, but yeah, also with the majority of the PSP games not working as well.
You know, Japan's better about that, granted, than the West is by a long shot. But
yes, but still, it's not 100%, is it?
No, I mean, their timing is getting better. And admittedly, I thought the passport system was a waste of time, but it really isn't. Like, I've used it way more than I thought I was going to.
Are you buying second-hand games from the store and then?
Yeah. And when a lot of my PSP library finally got like put onto the passport program when they did that big update, I saved a lot of money that might have been.
But how did you know that the software, the second-hand software, the PSP games that you bought hadn't already been used?
Because nobody owns a Vita.
but that's
isn't that sad?
But so when you used it and then you downloaded the Vita version to your Vita, did you not go back and resell them back to the store?
I did.
So you did. So the next person who comes along and maybe buys it, they're screwed. So they don't put them in separate sections then?
There's no way to tell.
Yeah, but you could tell the store, right?
Well, you could tell a store, but I mean, you could always lie about it too. There's no way to check.
Short of trying it.
Yeah, and even then, you'd have to try it.
And buy
you'd have to try and see if you could do the import.
Because every disc has a unique code on it, right?
Yeah, you can only do it once.
So isn't that something Sony should provide stores?
There's no way to check it. They went over this a while back. They're like, you can't... Like, when you do it, it's unique. But the only way you could check it is if you tried to do it again and it failed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So can't they go into the database and say, okay, this machine's already been done, it's flagged, and they can flag it?
They're not going to label those games.
They're not going to label those games.
That's too much trouble.
Yeah, plus it's secondhand. They don't give a crap about the secondhand market, right?
I mean, as long as they get the sale, it's not a big deal.
Right.
Okay, fair enough. So, was there anything else on this Vita survey?
That was the important parts. I mean, the marketing guy, Katsumi Oikawa, was talking up, Gravity Days and Soul Sacrifice and Hatsune Miku, and he was really pushing the new white color for the system.
Yes, I bought that.
Which pushed plenty of numbers.
Which ironically is only what 2% of respondents were hoping for out of the system. So,
right. Okay, but what I mean on the survey they said, are you satisfied with PlayStation Vita? Only 38% of them said fairly satisfied. 29% said satisfied. Basically 11% not really satisfied. 11% basically said couldn't really say, and 10% basically said not satisfied. Those numbers are quite low on all.
That's still 70% who are satisfied or fairly satisfied.
Right.
But I mean, that just means that these are the type of games that they personally are into. I'm the type of person who would have bought Gravity Days, who would have bought Persona 4, who would have bought, the better version of Time Travelers, who would have bought Ragnarok Odyssey, even if there were other games on the system. Like, those are the games I probably would have purchased. So it's like, I'm satisfied. But
well, you see on the question too, it says, what's your favorite title game on the system? And number 2 is Gravity Days. Yet it's sold garbage.
Well, they only interviewed. I mean, this is like out of how many people? Like 300,
right?
400.
But still, it's quite sad when you see it. Anyways, also, like, when's the next Vita Heaven?
It's coming.
Coming up. They wouldn't give a date.
I know it's coming, but they really need to hammer home what they've got coming.
They said expect big announcements.
Oh man, they need bombs. They need to drop some bombs because the Hatsune Miku, I think that's gonna sell quite a few units, and
it's probably gonna sell. I'm gonna put a guess out there since those games have been selling really well. It's gonna be second to Persona at the very least,
even at its high price.
Definitely, Miku fans.
73.29 yen.
I mean, how much did the PSP ones cost at
similar prices?
Yeah, and I mean those sold what? Like, I think at their best it's like 100,000, many thousand copies, over 100,000 by a long shot.
So the demographic though for Miku is quite large.
All of the demographics.
Yeah, it's everything, right? It covers everything.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I went to a game center today and I saw, a high school girl playing it, and I saw behind the high school was like a 20-something-year-old guy getting ready to play it.
Right.
Like, it covers every demographic. So
I'm going to go on the limb and say it's going to do like 200,000 units.
I don't know. Yeah, putting it in the same range as Persona, definitely.
Because everyone I know who has a Vita is picking her up.
And there are going to be people. The system's going to see a bump when it comes out.
Oh yeah, most definitely. They'll see a bump, but how long that's going to sustain, I don't know.
1 week.
Yeah, 1 week exactly.
Yeah, a week, 2 weeks most.
Because everybody who wants it is going to buy it. It's going to be front loaded.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Okie dokie. Let's move on. Did you want to hit Dengeki at all? Because it had X Troopers, right?
Yeah, I'll talk about X Troopers a little bit. So yeah, the version of Lost Odyssey that doesn't look like it's crap. It's basically a Lost Odyssey, not a Lost Odyssey.
I was going to say Lost Odyssey. What are you talking about? Lost Planet.
Lost Planet. There we go. Mixing up my franchises. Lost Planet spin-off, but has more of like a really bright manga anime aesthetic.
It reminded me of Power Stone.
Yeah, Power Stone. I get some Mega Man Legends vibes from it.
Yeah,
that's the thing. Is this by the team that was on Mega Man Legends 3?
No one knows. They have not said either way. They did say that.
I've got a sneaking suspicion it might be.
Yeah, me too. There's an NPC that's the exact same model as one of the support characters from Mega Man Legends 3. Like the same design model. But yeah, so in this week's issue, they're just doing more introductions of characters. But they also say that in general, most missions are carried out in teams of 4, which is interesting to me because they talked a little bit how there will be co-op play. So I'm wondering, will you be able to partner up with 3 other people to go on these missions? And will it be online play? I imagine for the PS3 version, it will be. It would be very cool if the 3DS version also had that feature. It's pretty clear that all the screenshots they're showing are from the PlayStation 3 version. So I don't think they've actually showed confirmed footage of what the 3DS one looks like. Because that's probably the system I would pick it up for.
It's kind of weird that it's PS3 and 3DS.
Capcom.
What happened to the why not do Vita and do like the cross-platform play and stuff like that?
That makes too much sense.
Not every game can be Super Smash Bros. Vita. Oh wait.
No,
well, Wipeout does it as well. You know.
Yeah.
You got,
Capcom just doesn't want to support the Vita. I don't know.
It seems like they've just had a big fight with Sony and said, "Now we're going to release anything on your new system anymore." Because I don't understand why it's second analog stick there. It's all there. It's all ready to go.
And then from a quick gameplay perspective, I mean, this is, if you've seen any of the new gameplay videos that have been released, this is a very fast-moving game because you have a jetpack that allows you to just kind of like really dash around the screen at high speeds. And you'll also be collecting the glowing red energy from the other Lost Planets. What is it called? I don't remember what they're actually called, but it's basically the energy that all the monsters leak. You gather these like bright little balls, and eventually when you sort of gain enough of them, you can unleash this super attack, which is this big, it's like the XT blast is what they call it. But yeah, and that looks pretty cool. The game itself just looks really fun. So this is definitely on my radar. But
yeah, I saw it as well. I watched the videos. I was like, ooh, it looks interesting. But you're getting it on the 3DS, what, because as you said before, because I'm
handheld.
You're handheld,
so
right?
I'm always on a bus. I'm always, somewhere where I have a little bit of free time, so it's easier for me. Yeah.
I think we should just go straight into questions. Okay. Crackalack Z, here we go. Food question. This guy, apparently Lick-chan said that this guy is totally, what was it? Obsessed with food.
It's like a fetish.
Yeah, he has a fetish, except this time it's beer. So, Japanese beer.
Trying to switch things up.
Yeah, okay. He's saying Japanese beer, Asahi, Kirin, Sapporo, Suntory, or I don't know this one, Orion?
Korean? I don't know, yeah.
Never heard of it. Never heard of it. So, go. Who do you drink?
Who do I drink? I drink I think I'm more of a Suntory type of guy.
Suntory?
Yeah.
Alrighty. Cheesy?
None of the above.
None of the above?
What do you mean?
What does that mean?
Pocari Sweat.
Pocari Sweat?
Touche.
Pocari Sweat.
You don't drink Calpis?
Calpis? Yeah, sounds like Calpis.
Calpis.
I don't know how you can like Pocari Sweat or Calpis personally. I'm an Aquarius guy all the way.
Really? Because Aquarius is really kind of too citrusy for me.
Just a sports drink, right?
Pocari Sweat was the first thing I had when I came to Japan for like the very first time. And I don't know, maybe I'll like it if I go back to it, but I just hated it that one time. Yeah.
It reminds me of Gatorade.
So everybody says that, and my first try didn't reflect that, so maybe I just was still really jet lagged and didn't really know what was going on or something.
What?
So it affected your taste buds.
Yeah, man. That was 4 years ago, so who knows? Okay. Maybe I'll love it now.
What? I don't drink beer at all, so I don't drink any of those either.
What's your favorite Japanese drink then?
My favorite Japanese drink, Mugicha.
Mugicha, okay.
Mugicha, yeah, I love it.
I can feel that.
I drink that.
That's an interesting choice.
Why? You don't like tea?
Tea's not really for me either.
Is it not? Oh, okay.
Mugicha. I love Mugicha. I'm with you on that one.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll drink it if there's no other choice, but yeah, it's not my preferred beverage.
Okie dokie. Elliot, take the next one.
Okay, Hasimo, our good buddy.
Okay.
What do you guys love the most about games as a medium? Of course, he asked the difficult questions. What do we love? What do I love most about games?
I love the fact that it's constantly evolving.
Yeah, I like that feeling. I really like reading books, and I love that feeling of being sucked into a good book. I feel like when I'm watching a good movie, I don't quite get that same feeling of just being so totally into that world. Whereas with video games, I love, for me, I'm a big RPG guy, so when I play a good RPG and I get sucked into the world and running around exploring and getting, the big music booming around me, just being in that world is just so much fun for me. It's just, I never get over it.
Yeah, the reason I like it I love games is that it's constantly evolving. And I like things to evolve, I like things to... You see something and you go, oh my god, this is amazing. And 2 years later, it's been bettered, been perfected, it gets better, So that's what I enjoy. I like to see the next steps and how people go about making it better when you already think this is the best. I like to see the way designers think because I used to be a designer as well. So seeing how people attack the medium to make it better. So that's what I like. Cheesy?
Yeah, I think video games are really an empty canvas in that it's not just the paper pulp that you have with books. It's not just a visual representation that you have with movies, but it's something that video game creators have to specifically think about how people will interact with their creation. And that's an entirely different dimension to other forms of media that really hasn't been attempted before the past few decades. So seeing what video game creators do with this new canvas is really what excites me. And every time there's a new sort of gameplay experience, I get really worked up about it. It's like, okay, I mean, sequels are great. It's more of a good thing. I understand that. But what I really like to see are new games. In 2005, when Katamari Damacy came out, I was super hyped.
That's such a good game.
I mean, it was totally unlike anything that had ever been seen before. It's like, what the hell, Japan? Thank you.
You should play Muscle March.
You just never stop pushing that game.
You know Muscle March, right?
No, what is it?
Oh, do you own a Wii?
Yeah.
Okay, go to the store and download it.
How do you describe it?
Simon says.
It's weird.
Simon says. Just go online. You'll find it. You'll see it, and you'll piss yourself laughing because it's just.
It's a very Japan game.
It's a Japan game.
It looks like Choaniki.
A little bit, yeah.
But it's Simon Says.
Oh no!
You need to buy it. It's just funny. I mean, it doesn't cost very much.
Yeah, that's okay. Thanks.
It was a day one purchase for me. I saw it.
Martin. Give up. You've lost this battle.
Great. Thanks for sharing, though.
Really? It doesn't make you go wow?
No. It makes me go ugh.
Ugh. What? You don't like men in their pants?
No, not so much.
In muscle men?
No.
It's funny. Come on, sense of humor.
Cheesy. You got the next question.
Okay. What was your hardest gaming experience? When you was most satisfied? From Daniel Luzin.
Hardest video game? Damn.
Catherine for me.
I would say Zelda Link to the Past, because I played it in Japanese like when I was like 14, 12, 15, something like that, whenever. And I played the entire thing in Japanese, and that was the hardest experience I've ever had. So I'm probably the most satisfied as well, because I was like, oh my god, I finished a Japanese game and it was a damn RPG. I'm totally stupid. But yeah, I did it. So yeah, suck my balls, whatever. I was ecstatic when I did it. Actually, me and my brother, we helped each other on it. So yeah, it was pretty cool. But yeah, that's mine.
Cheesums.
Yeah, I'd have to say Space Channel 5.
Oh.
Hang on, you just had to go at me for Muscle March, and now you're doing
Space Channel 5 is great, though. Don't hate. Space Channel 5 is awesome.
Yeah, it's good.
That's another Simon Says game, but it's got a different aesthetic.
Okay. Yeah. It's got Michael Jackson in it as well.
It does have Michael Jackson in it.
It's always a win.
Yeah, it was like facing the final boss in that game was basically impossible.
It's a hard game.
It's like my fingers were about to melt. It's like I can't take this anymore. I never finished it.
No.
Yeah. You gotta go back to that someday.
I did go back to it, and I got to the same point again.
And then didn't finish it.
And didn't finish it again. Yeah.
That's heartbreaking.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny. Did you want to go with, what is it, the Ozkeek?
I think that's a good, that might be a good question to finish on. I don't know. Because that's like a big one, I feel like.
We'll come back to it then.
Yeah. We'll save you for last, Ozkeek. Don't worry. Okay.
So, what are the ones we're going to do here? We've got quite a few. Weight loss in Japan? Any funny fad diets? How's it different from the West? I'm on a banana diet. I don't know if that's funny, but apparently it's Japanese. A banana diet is your breakfast is a banana. Sounds extremely dull and boring.
What's dull and boring about bananas?
Bananas are great.
They're awesome.
Yeah, I know. But like eating one for breakfast every single day
would be awesome.
I don't know, man.
Well, I've lost. Well, with my banana diet and going to the gym, in 3 months I've lost 11k, which is about 25 pounds.
Dang,
nice, dude.
Yeah, 11k, and I've still got a lot more to go. I want to get back down to my original weight when I came to Japan. I put on 25k when I came to Japan.
Wow.
So I want to.
It can happen.
I'm trying to take it all back off at the moment. So yeah. So my funny fad diet is bananas, and I don't really know of any other. There was another one where you do your banana diet for your breakfast was a banana, and you have a regular lunch, and for dinner it would be 100 grams of food, and that was it. That was everything, and I used to do that, but I was like, man, It's like it's not enough because coming back from the gym and then just doing 100 grams of food is like
you'll starve yourself.
Yeah. So and I was falling asleep at like 9 o'clock.
Oh no!
Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah, that's your body breaking down.
Yeah, and I couldn't like sustain that one because I'd go to the gym for like 2 hours and then like get home and like be absolute starving. I'd be shaking. I was so hungry. I get home and like 100 grams of food, and it's like I can't do this no more. This is wrong. So yeah, so banana diets and 100 grams. That's what I used to do.
I don't got anything on that, so.
No?
I'm not a dieter myself, but I find it highly amusing that Japan is all about the Chinese herbal supplements.
Oh, yeah.
Why? I have no idea, because I can't see that being effective at all.
Yeah.
It seems like, they're just selling snake oil.
That's probably exactly what they're doing.
I don't know. I don't follow any of that like herbal remedy stuff. I don't think it works. Right. Okay. So last one
for
Askik, yeah. So another one from Hasimo. Why aren't you playing Western games? I know you do, Steve, who is not here, but for example, Martin doesn't.
Well, the Western games I do play is like Uncharted. I'll play those because when they come to Japan, they're localized.
Okay, so you basically just you play the Western games that are here because they're just easy.
Yeah, I don't import. I try not to import anything because it costs me a fortune.
Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, the games I do play are usually like first-party Sony titles.
Mm-hmm.
First-party Western Sony titles, so like maybe God of War, although God of War in Japan wasn't localized, it was Japanese only, which annoyed the crap out of me. Or like Uncharted or Heavy Rain. Heavy Rain was localized on the Japanese version, had the English track on it as well.
Nice.
So stuff like that. I do play them, but very few and far between. Very few and far between. I know Steven, he's a Halo freak.
I used to be too.
And there's another one as well. Did you buy the helmet for your cat? No. Okay, good. But yeah, Western games I do play, but as I said, they're very few and far between. I don't really want to import stuff. Try to stay away from it because it means like pulling out my credit card, and like if you can get into a bad habit, and I don't really need that. Those bad habits affecting me and affecting my relationship with my wife.
Gotcha.
Everyone's got like an allowance, right? You put a certain amount of money aside for doing what you want. I don't want to break out a credit card to put video games on it. So yeah, that's probably the reason why. You guys?
Yeah, I mean, I'm the same way. I don't really like to import, so I'll play the Western games that come out here that I'm interested in. To be fair, like I've said it before, I'm sure Kyle has said it before too, I'm mostly an RPG guy, so, Japanese games are mostly what I've played my entire life. I don't hate Western games or anything like that, but, there are a lot of games that just don't appeal to, like, what I want to play.
Right.
It doesn't mean they're bad games. It just means that, personally, they don't really, do much for me.
Yeah, they don't. Right.
I'm not like a huge Uncharted fan, but that's not because I think they're like awful games or anything like that. Like you can not like something without it being necessarily bad,
right?
And that's just a matter of taste, really. But I used to be a really big first-person shooter fan. Not so much anymore, though. But yeah, I used to play all of the Call of Duties, etc., etc. Not anymore, though.
Right. Cool. Cheesy.
Same here. I don't really have any particular thing against Western games. It's just that, 9 times out of 10, my game purchases are going to wind up being Japanese. I think it's more a matter of Western game development expertise focusing so intently upon FPS games.
Yeah.
That's another genre reason that does not appeal to me whatsoever.
Right. Same here.
It's like I can appreciate and admire the technical expertise that goes into those games. I can appreciate, their achievements technologically. I mean,
yeah, I understand what you're saying.
It's great what they do.
Yes.
And I really think, if developers want to make those games, great. It's just wasted development effort as far as I'm concerned. So it's never going to reach me. So I would like to see Western developers, try out some other genres for once, maybe. Some genres that Japanese developers have been particularly good at.
Well, Japanese developers used to be good at RPGs, and I think the Western have taken their own spin on it. And the Mass Effect and stuff. Yeah, I know. I know. You have to shoot.
What I'm getting at here is I was all excited about Mass Effect, leading up to its release, and then I found out, oh, it's a shooter. Okay, great. I feel exactly the same way about.
What about Skyrim?
Watch Dogs. Skyrim, yeah, it's not quite the world aesthetic that I'm looking for. It's medieval Europe is a good setting, but it's just not a setting that I'm interested in.
Right.
I am, however, interested in the American Revolution.
You just want to kill Brits, right?
No.
Well, you said that with an intense...
That's not what I said, and that's not what I meant. Brits, right? I'm interested in the history behind the American Revolution, and seeing that recreated in a video game is something I've been waiting for a very long time.
As long as you can throw tea in the river, right?
Boston Harbor, to be specific.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, man.
It's a matter of being fascinated with a world setting and appreciating the game genre's mechanics.
Right.
For me. So, as interested as I am in the American Revolution, I'm not quite sure that going around assassinating people is something that I'm going to want to do in a video game. So I'm kind of looking at Assassin's Creed 3 as I'm kind of 50-50 on it right now.
Huh. But what if it's got gunplay in it? Because it most certainly has. But it's on ships. Is that okay?
Yeah. Steering ships is fine by me.
On-rail shooter? It looks like an on-rail shooter.
On-rail shooter, yeah. It's I like games like Star Fox or Sin and Punishment, where they're, kind of arcade twitchy games.
Sin and Punishment, man after my own heart.
Yeah.
So good.
I didn't get very far in that game, but yeah, I can appreciate on-rail arcade shooters as long as they're not bullet hell games.
Right. Okay. So, okay, that's good.
It's a matter of genre.
It's a matter of genre. Okay, no, good. I'm pretty much the same. I'm pretty bored with shoot this, shoot that, shoot this, blow this up, blow that up, shoot this.
Yeah,
kind of gets a bit boring after a while. Yeah. But yeah, that's just me. Okay, so last one.
Here we go, guys.
Okay.
This was a post from the Gaff. This was from our thread.
Love you guys.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll read it.
Go on then.
Something I've come across while reading columns about Japanese gaming is the idea that video games are a child's pastime only, and that adults should not be seen playing video games as it suggests irresponsibility and lack of dedication to career or family. No doubt, this perception of video games also occurs in the West, but I've been led to believe the feeling is so strong in Japan that there is a stigma for any adult merely seen playing video games publicly. Can anyone shed some light on how much of this is true and how much is fiction? Good question.
Well, I see a lot of adults playing video games on the train.
Yes.
Whether it's a cell phone, whether it's a Nintendo 3DS, whether it's a PlayStation, PSP, or Vita, I see adults playing all the time.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a stigma or not. I know that they don't like to talk about video games in the workplace, especially the school teachers.
Yeah, definitely not.
But when you get them sociable and you get them out of the school environment, boom, they open up and tell you. And that's what I found being a teacher.
then just in terms of arcades too, and I know this is like this in the big cities as well. If you go into an arcade after hours, you will see people from all different generations.
Yes.
You'll see the teenagers, you'll see the people in their 20s, you'll see the salarymen, playing Gundam versus Gundam. I have a really funny picture of two balding salarymen sitting next to each other playing Gundam versus Gundam at like 9 p.m. at night, in the arcade. It's if it's their hobby, it's their hobby, and it's something they keep to themselves and their close friends.
Yeah.
They don't necessarily talk to their families about it. They don't necessarily talk to their coworkers about it, but they'll play it and they'll enjoy it. The thing is, Japan is a very hobby-oriented country in some ways, and people kind of have that thing they do after work, and that is their thing.
Yeah.
Whether that'll be model making, whether it's going out with the guys, whether it's a woman with her friends going to
going to the cat cafe.
Going to the cat cafe. Like everybody kind of has that thing that they do that they enjoy.
Yep.
And that's kind of, in a way, just the way society works here.
I think it's pretty awesome that you can have your own particular interest and you can go and find that interest somewhere and you can go and enjoy your interest with other people who also enjoy it.
Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of your thing.
There's something for everybody here. But basically, as long as you're not like shouting out to everybody, hey, I'm going to the cat cafe, you're okay with it. Everyone's okay with it. Everyone knows that everyone's got their own little thing. I don't think there's much of a stigma, as long as you're not throwing it around and blowing it in everyone's face.
It's impossible to deny that there aren't societal beliefs about
how people
what your roles are as a member of society.
Right.
It's like once you're over a certain age, you should be married, and once you're a salaryman, you must behave like this, and the role of a housewife is to do this. And it's like a lot of people still hold
on to that very strongly,
very much in those societal roles, and to deny that would be silly.
That's true. I think a lot of people, in terms of like those societal roles stand, and you'll have the people who protect those societal roles, but in their own time, away from anybody else's eyes, they'll be doing that hobby that they do. I mean, it's the whole inside you and outside you idea. That internal you that you don't show anybody, that's your own, and then that outside you, there's Japanese words from it, but that you use when you're outside in front of society and the people who are watching you. And there's just two personalities almost that you have, and that inside you might not even be something you show your family. That could be just for you or the people who are very close to you outside of your family.
And that can be really hard to deal with.
Definitely, yeah.
If you're a hardcore gamer like we are, then just about anything that you want to talk about is going to be related to video games. And it's like, just talking to, average people, it's like if you strike up a conversation, it's like all you want to talk about is video games. And it's like, otherwise it falls into, oh, how's the weather?
Yeah. And so you have to, especially in our cases, because we're, expats and, we're not Japanese, you sort of have to find ways to get around that, because I don't know, like I find myself sometimes not struggling, but I want to maintain my identity and who I am. And I don't want to necessarily hide that, but at the same time, you sort of have to kind of dance around societal norms a bit.
I've never hidden it, even in school. I tell the school what I used to do in the UK. I was a game designer.
I mean, I'm with that with my kids too, and they love me for it. But you can always tell the look on the teachers' faces. They're kind of like, oh,
horrified.
Yeah, no, my teachers are all like, cool. Let me see what you do, and I show them, and they're like, oh my god, why are you doing this? And I was like, well,
why?
No, they do. They, I mean, some of them look interested, and some of them are like, okay, but some of them are interested, and they're like, oh my god, that's cool.
And I think part of that though is
they see that like a creative side of you as well that they don't necessarily see.
And I mean, part of that, like I was saying too, is that undeniably, as foreigners and non-Japanese, they kind of look at us with a slightly different perspective on the way we do things. I mean, I gave a speech the other day to my students because I'm going to a different school, and it was a speech basically. I quoted my father, who was really always supportive of me. When you're in school, study everything you can, take in everything you can. try different things and do it for yourself, not for, me or your mother, but for yourself in your own life. You're going to have to live. And, my kids, it seems to really resonate with my kids, but a lot of the teachers are coming up to me afterward and saying things like, oh, that was a very American speech. It was very, it was very good. And, I asked them, what's so American about it? And they were like, well, it was about like, independence and individuality, etc. And I was like, well, whatever. But, they kind of, that's the sort of speech that they couldn't give. One teacher was saying how, a Japanese person could never give a speech like that. I asked them why, and, they said because we're Japanese teachers, and that's, no, can't do that. And, but for me, all the teachers were totally okay with it and really happy I did it because I'm a foreigner, and I'm, as much as I'm in the system, I'm also on that weird, barrier just outside of it where I can get away with saying things like that, and they're like, oh, that's the foreigner saying it, so it's okay. It's weird. It's very strange.
That's the foreigner.
Yeah.
Sounds so racist, doesn't it? It sounds so racist sometimes. That's a foreigner speaking, yeah.
Yeah. That's a whole nother story, so.
Yeah, it is. Okay. So, is that a wrap?
I think that's a wrap.
Yep.
Damn.
It's a wrap at 2:15 in the morning.
Yeah, I always hear these other podcasters go, oh, it's late, it's 9 o'clock, and it's like, yeah, that's nothing. I'm tired, I've been in work all day, and it's 5 o'clock in the evening. Get lost. Right, okay, so I think we should do some house cleaning, yes?
Cleaning, yep.
Alrighty, okay. Right, this coming Saturday, the 28th of July, myself, and Mehdi, I don't know if you remember, but Mehdi, we will be doing a live streaming of the new 3DS LL. We'll also have the new Super Mario Brothers 2, so we'll live stream some of that, and maybe some of brain training, so to see how stupid we are, so we can do it live. So, we're going to live stream that, an unboxing. Whee! Live stream unboxing videos. Amazing. So, we're going to be doing that. So, yeah.
The most exciting thing you'll see all month, guaranteed.
Guaranteed. Oh, I've got 2 HD cameras, so, there's going to be 2 cameras, picture-in-picture type thing. So, a little bit similar to what we did when we did the Vita, when the Vita was launched. So that should be interesting. Mehdi's looking forward to it. So if you want to follow us on the Twitter, it's RedSunGamer. My Twitter is DJ Mizuhara, which is DJMIZUHARA. Elliot?
My Twitter is at Ryoga Saotome, RYOUGA SAOTOME.
Cheesy!
At Cheesemeister3K.
Cheesemeister3K. Okie dokie.
Follow that guy because he does live translations of a lot of the big Japanese events, a lot of the Nintendo events and such. So it's very useful information for you folks out there who don't understand Japanese.
Yeah, I think we gave him props on our last cast.
Yeah.
Yeah, because, he did a great job. Pretty awesome. I especially needed those translations for when I go back from class because I'd missed probably more than half of it, and I just clicked on Cheesemeister's Twitter and I just read it and I was like, we caught up. 5 minutes. Thank you very much. So that was great. Thank you for that.
Welcome.
If you'd like to, we've got a Facebook page. If you go to Facebook and just type in RedSunGamer, we're on there. Follow us. Give us a review on iTunes.
Please review us on iTunes. Show us your love or your hate.
Thank you.
Please not your hate.
Yeah, not the hate. Hate's if you want to bring the hate, whatever. It's all good. We still love you. We've got a home thread on the gaff, which is just the RedSunGamer. I think it's Japanese Life, is it not?
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that, yeah. Crackerlack Z is in charge of that one, and he posts up all the new podcasts in there. Also, Retroids.com is also another place where you can find us. So if you want to get in touch with us, it's also RedSunGamer@gmail.com. Live stream will be on Twitch TV /RedSunGamer, and our YouTube page is YouTube /RedSunGamerTV. So, yes, this was episode 43, and we'll catch you next week for 44. お疲れ様です。
お疲れ様です。
お疲れ様です。